everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. It's great to be here. Great to be back for the adventures of the Salamander Coast. Very thrilled to be here for the session that we're about to have today. A lot of cool stuff going to transpire, I am sure. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive in. And we are back. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, it is not me that does the summary. It is the players that do the summary. And this week on summary is John. John, take it away.
Yeah, so I'm going to apologize. I don't remember what the summary says, but I wrote it a month ago. So I'm just going to read it for what I wrote a month ago.
Man. Okay.
But, yep.
You had a month to reread it.
No, I don't read. As soldiers readied themselves for the march to Fort Ivar, the party attended to loose end. Carasilla updated Grisha on their pursuit of the Syndicate and their findings. Grisha did inform Carasilla that the initial vote was leaning towards the Phoenix, but with recent events, people had moved on. He thanked Carasilla for bringing hope to the Longhouse. Ajax then took some time to pray to Pelor, and prayers led him to help a father and a daughter, fixing up their home and gifting the young girl a training sword and shield, lifting their spirits. Soon he sought answers from Hrothgar about Desmond O'Malley, realizing the possibility of being his own worst enemy. Dark Emeril showed up and haunted Sunni with visions of the past atrocities Sunni had committed but vanished abruptly, leaving Sunni to question himself and isolate within the forest nearby. Carasilla scried on Ivana, witnessing a conversation where a skeletal man informing her of the party's survival and their investigation of the place they emerged from. After the skeletal figure disappeared, Malice showed up with the intentions unknown to the party as of now. After some time, Keo went out searching for Sunni as the party expressed concerns and comforted him about what had transpired, reassuring Sunni that he was not a bad person and to seize the opportunity for a better life. Cecily and Tyr spent time together, planting a variety of flowers, and had some very wholesome conversations. Cecily, during this conversation, discovered that the source of her powers come from estrids. Bianca and Ajax had some conversations while sparring, and upon sitting down, they exchanged tokens. Bianca accepting a ring from Ajax's mother and giving him her signet ring, a promise to each other to stay alive in the battle together. Bianca was able to peer into the ring and had a vision of Ajax's parent, and shared his true last name, Palema. Carasilla checked on Sunni, and Sunni was not ready. He let Carasilla know he will be more open to converse about what happened after the fort. Afterwards, she consulted with Hrothgar about her dream involving a magic horn. Hrothgar gave Carasilla some information about the horn, saying it was known as Galahorn, an artifact possessed by Heimdall at the moment. Hrothgar also asked her to help keep an eye on Sunni after possibly being the reason of some of his emotions. Finally, Sunni gathered the party and distributed flowers that was significant to each member, as well as platinum rings that will help him magically protect the party, concluding the preparations for the finals night's rest. And that's the summary.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, with that, we will go ahead and dive right in. Our party finds themselves within the city of Maester. Oops, went to the wrong one. We're off to a great start. Okay. So they find themselves within the city of Maester. Maester itself is in the process of thawing, for lack of a better term, as the barrier that has been built by Bolorolos and the other members of the College of... why is it not letting me? What? Okay, that's weird. The other members of the College of Hearthcrest that have come with him to build this barrier around the city to protect it from the forces and nature of the Dark One. So, even though it is thawing, the city itself is still quite cold. Snow still continues to fall, even though by the time it gets to the ground, it is melting for the most part. There we go. So, there is a... I'm so confused. I'm going to refresh Foundry. It's very strange. There is a tension that lingers over the city of Maester. Many of the people who currently call this place home, even if just for a few months or a few weeks or in some cases a few days, they linger. They wait with fear and anxiety for what is to come in the following days. As the thing that all of you know, your information going into this is incredibly limited. Okay. So, you rally yourselves the night before, knowing that the following morning you will be leaving. You'll be going out to experience and brave whatever dangers await you at Fort Ivar and then further into Damara's Keep. So, with that, as I understand it, there were a few more things in this last half of the day that all of you wanted to achieve before setting out to Fort Ivar. So with that, I open it up to all of you. What exactly did you want to do before departing? Yes, Mark.
There's running water now, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because of the thaw. All right. Cecily's gonna go find some running water and be dramatic alone for a little bit.
Okay.
That's my thing. Not sure if there's any other bits of business that other people have.
Now we can go ahead and dive into that first.
Okay, sure.
I guess we'll see if there's any diving. I guess I shouldn't assume. Okay.
I will not be entering the water.
Okay.
It's not her plan.
So, with that, you make your way down and around. Past the tall marble and stone walls of the inner keep of the city of Maester, wrapping around to the river that cuts the city of Maester in two. You can see that large sheets of ice float downstream towards the twin farming cities to the south. But in between each plate of ice, cold, cold, cold water runs.
Okay. She will sit, and she's gonna dip her hand into the water for a moment, immediately pull it back like, jeez. Be shaking her hand out. She'll kind of nervously adjust her posture, and kind of prune back some hairs and everything. And she is going to sit in the position that she learned how to speak primordial in. And she's going to kind of be mumbling to herself, like, okay, just gotta get all these words into a breeze. Just gotta focus. Okay. Let's see, which way would he be? And she's gonna kind of be thinking, where a pharaoh would technically be from where she is, and kind of angle herself and shimmy a bit, and just like, God, this is so stupid. All right, here we go. Hey, Poe, how are you doing? And all the wind is just gonna dissipate. No, bad start. Okay. Come on. Come on. She'll try again. Poe, I want to ask how you're doing, but it's a bit of a dumb question. I don't know how to start this. I don't really know how to speak Primordial. I just figured it out. I don't even know if this is going to get to you. And if this ends up just landing on some random Janazi's ears out there somewhere, please just ignore all of this. It's going to be mortifying. Okay. So I know it's been a long time. A lot has happened. We met Odin. Turns out he's not great. He's after us. Met my dad. He's Tyr, who's like a god, apparently. And then I learned Primordial. I already said that. Desmond is Sunni now, and he does plant stuff. Bianca Dusong is Damaris now, and she's doing royal stuff. These people named the Dulskis showed up, and they're like both really cool. It's actually kind of annoying how cool they are sometimes. And I died. Yeah. I died and I came back. And I don't really know how to talk about it too much, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't really think I'm the person you knew anymore. And maybe you're not the person I knew anymore. And I keep picturing how you looked back when I first met you at your dad's shop, whenever I think about you, and your innocent, dumb little face, and I really hope you look tougher now. For your sake. I guess I'm sending this because we're going into this really big battle today. We're kind of trying to get Bianca's birthright back. It's a whole thing. And I don't know who's coming back. It's one of those fights. And the first time I died, there was a split second right before it happened, and I heard that snap where I realized how much there was that I just hadn't said before, and how many people I actually cared about, even though I was pretending not to. And I realized that I missed my chance to say a lot of things, and the last time we spoke in person, you said something to me, and I didn't say anything back. And maybe I'm not quite the person you said that to anymore, but maybe that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know where any of this goes. And I'm fine, by the way. I don't mean to scare you with the dying stuff. It's actually been a better week for me as far as I go. I mean, you know me, but when you said that to me, I was still the kind of person that never would admit anything like that. I was the kind of person who would never say anything like that back. I still can't even really say the L word, as I keep having to call it, because anytime I try to say it, there's like this claw on my throat. Just remember everyone I've said it to that's... Anyway, I just want you to know that no matter what happens to me today, or tomorrow, or next week, or whatever happens to me before we get the chance to see each other again, if we ever do, I'm trying to tell you that I wish that I had said something back. And I hope whatever the fuck it was that you saw in me, even though I was just some shitty kid who stole and lied and tricked your family and hurt people who got too close and ran away from everything, I hope I'm starting to become the person you saw. And I hope we do see each other again, and I hope I figure out how to say that word, because there's a lot of people that deserve to hear it. And you're definitely one of them. And, I'm still wearing that bracelet you gave me. And I'm never taking it off. Okay. Hopefully that all gets to you somehow as wind. Alright. And she will weave her hands as if she's sort of trying to bundle that all up into a primordial message and just let go and hope that somehow, whether she was just saying it for herself or not, it's carried across the water and maybe someday somehow gets to him.
Okay. All right. You speak the words, and you're not sure if it's just because you want them to, or if it is the truth of the matter, but you feel them carried. You feel the water, this large river, take the words and wisp them away. Where they will go, you don't know. Will they get to Poe? You don't know. But you said them, and they're on their way to wherever they're going to go. So, as you finish your message, Cecily, you wait there for maybe a few more moments, but there is no response. But the words are said, and you're confident he'll hear them eventually, one way or another.
So she's gonna get up, and her hands will be trembling. She'll kind of rub at her eyes a little bit, take a deep breath. Better not end up going to some random fuck. And she'll go ahead and spend the rest of her morning preparing for battle. Perhaps sharing a hug with Tyr, but that's about it. She got it out of her system, and it's game mode.
Okie dokie. Sounds good to me. Alrighty. So, moving on from there, that evening, as all of you are preparing for rest before heading off into the march of battle, there would be a knock at your door that evening, and it would be Lord Commander Liliana Brighton. As she comes to your door, she says, "If it is quite all right with all of you, I would like to speak with Suni."
If it's all right with Suni, it should be fine.
Yeah, that's all right.
Very good. Follow me, please. So, that Suni, you travel with Lord Commander Brighton. You walk from the lodge, the area where you are currently staying, and eventually arrive in the All-Seeing Temple. Now, in this place, you end up walking deeper and darker than what you've been before. The structure of the cave eventually fades. The marbled and decorated halls turn into rocky crevices, jutting bioluminescent crystals, glowing as you walk throughout. Small streams of water and the breaking of rocks every once in a while. You walk with her, but she doesn't say anything for a while. Till eventually, the cave opens up. And you can see there is a circular slab of stone in the center of this room. There is this incredibly clear blue water that is deathly still that surrounds it. You can see that that stone slab is in the center of the room, and there is about a 15 to 30 foot gap between where you stand and getting to that slab. You can see that there is what looks to be a small fire on that slab, as well as two large pillows. And you can see that she turns to you and says, "All you need to do is trust yourself. All right?" And with that, she will begin to take steps. And you can see as she takes one step above that water, she doesn't sink in. You can see these wisps of pearlescent energy sweeping under her feet, carrying her to that slab across the room.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just to double check that I'm clear and everything. So she just walked across the water?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Suni will look into the water for a little bit, and kind of shake his head and loosen his shoulders, and he will try to follow suit.
Okay. Suni, as you do, I'd like you to make a flat charisma check as you try and find your footing.
Foundry's still loading for me. You said a what check? Can I do it on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, just a
charisma.
charisma check. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't very good. Oh, well, that was okay, I guess. Jesus, a plus 12.
I think you were doing a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that was a saving throw? God
Yeah.
damn it. That's why it's so high.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So what did you roll?
It was a 4, so plus 4, right?
8 total then. So, Suni, as you take a step, you try and follow with the same confidence and footing that she had, but your foot falls through and you end up tumbling into the water. The stillness disturbed as it continues to ripple out from where you are at. As she looks back to you now, made it to the other end, standing on the stone slab in the center, she says, "Try again." And you see she
Is
sits
the
down on
water
one of the
deep?
pillars. Yeah, it's pretty deep. Probably 20, 30 feet.
Oh, because Suni doesn't know how to swim.
That's tough. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess this is the night before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He'll misty step back up. He'll sit in the water, like he knows he can't swim, and he's just gonna be so like infuriated with the state of his everything, and he's just gonna sit there in the water with his eyes open before misty stepping up,
Okay.
and then he'll shake off all the water.
Okay.
And try again.
Okay. Make another charisma check. This time with advantage.
Uh, 12. So the 16 total, and then natural 20.
Okay. Alrighty. There we go. So now, after having been drenched in these waters, as you take your first step, your foot finds purchase. Again and again and again and again. Till eventually you make your way to the center slab and sit down. The fire emanating from this pit between you and the Lord Commander, it is warm. You can feel the water begin to dry incredibly quickly. And eventually, it's as if you had never fallen in the water just a few moments after sitting down. She looks to you and says, "Very good. It's good progress. Many other initiates, they have spent 15 minutes trying to find their purchase on this walkway."
How did I do that?
Well, each one of the members of our order, we find purpose in different places. You, I'm sure, find purpose in a different place than I do. It is not a monolith, so to speak. It's not the same for everyone. But in terms of how, you trusted your instincts, your inner self. At least in that moment, you trusted yourself to walk. And so you did.
And what happens if you can't always trust yourself?
Well, then life can be a twisting and cruel path, especially with the power you are given. I wished to have a conversation with you, Suni. For the time that you have known me, very rarely have you known me as High Arthon of the Order of the All-Seeing. Mostly you have seen me as Lord Commander Brighton. As I'm sure you understand, leaders need to wear many hats, serve many roles. What I would like to do in this current moment is I would like to try and teach you something. I don't know what. But I think before you fully commit yourself to this path, I think you need to look inward more. I see something inside of you, broiling, something deep. If I'm being honest, something that scares me. I like to think of myself as a rather powerful individual. The sway I have as a politician, the power I have as the leader of the Order of the All-Seeing, and my own martial prowess and abilities, but there is something within you, Suni, that is a caged animal waiting to be released. That is feral, that wants nothing more than to consume. Do you feel this?
He will have looked at the ground when she had said that, just very much so avoiding eye contact. But then we'll say, not the first time either.
Tell me, to your memory right now, was there a time in recent history that you remember feeling that anger or that wish to consume? Is there anything you remember? A time where you felt as though your anger almost overtook you?
And Keothi died.
The loss of a friend.
Cecily died.
Love can make us act rashly. Any of our preconceived notions of good and righteousness goes out the window when those that we love are in danger. I understand why you could feel that way. When you felt those feelings of anger, tell me, what did you want to do?
To hurt them.
But these were not good people you wanted to hurt, correct?
All of them. Make it okay.
What I will tell you is the feelings you feel are normal. When the dragon burns down the villager's farm, the farmer wants nothing more than to bear arms and storm that cave and slay that dragon. But the farmer cannot do that. They are too weak, and they know this. You are not weak. There is an incredibly slippery slope that you may fall down. Right now, it may be demons. It may be the father of lies, but what will it be tomorrow? Who could tell you no tomorrow? Who could challenge you? Who could threaten to hurt your friends? Threaten to hurt you? I heard of a situation within Periton. There are magics that are forbidden within our order that can be used to alter the mind of those struck by them. Make them feral, monstrous. As I hear, that is what almost happened to Carasilla. Because of Ajax. I'm sure this you know.
It was forbidden, then how did how did that even happen?
There are I have reason to believe that long ago, before her fall, that Ivana herself studied the magic and ways of the Order of the All-Seeing. And I believe that those of my order that she corrupts, that she kills, they learn these abilities. From what I understand, a promising warden of our order, Jessica, failed in this way. Simply put, Suni, if it should ever come that these individuals fight you, which starting tomorrow is incredibly likely, they will know how to capitalize on this feeling you have, the magics that they can use could unleash that ferocity, that vileness, that shadow within you. You need to be prepared to shut it out, to block it off.
How do I do that?
I wish that I had a more concrete answer for you. But in reality, it is the same way that you crossed that water to begin with. It starts with you. But one of the many reasons we act the way we do is because of uncertainty. There are questions in the world that have not been answered, that we have not thought. With an answer to them, it may aid you in your journey. My first question to you, Suni, to you, what is the true nature of light, and how does it illuminate the path of your journey?
Well, light. No, I've never actually really thought of it like this. I guess light burns away the darkness. Generally, right?
You tell me. What do you think? There is no right or wrong answer. This is for you.
Well, it illuminates the darkness, burns it all away. Things that you can see are a lot easier to handle than things that you can't, and when you can take one step, it can make a big difference.
When it comes to light, it is incredibly easy to snuff it out. In what ways do you preserve your own light?
Armor and swords, first of all. Um,
Very clever.
I have my friends, and I try to have fun, whatever it is. Even fighting, I try to have fun. Doesn't always work, but
You say your friends are a source of light for you.
aren't everyone's?
Suni, when we first started this conversation, when I asked you what inspired anger and rancor in you unparalleled to anything you've experienced, where did that anger come from? From what was
Safety
being...
of my friends.
Exactly. It is a double-edged sword. Companions and friendship. I do not have the answer for you, but a question you need to ask. Is the weight of that friendship, of that companionship, worth the destruction that it could lead to yourself or to them?
What? Are you saying that having these lights, these friends, these fixtures, it makes it more dangerous? What do you mean?
I mean, many great warriors like yourself have come through these halls, looking to learn the magics of the Order of the All-Seeing. They have blessed the great halls of Verdalka, or been welcome into the hero's chambers within the Mother of Mountains in Ephera. They have great power and great strength. They have done great things, but their death, their inevitable decay and fall, was because of the love they had for others who were so incredibly close to them. It is not a bad thing to love and to be loved, Suni. For most people, it is part of life. But you are not most people. You are different. You are special. Sometimes detachment can be your strongest defense against the shadow within.
friend who traveled with us for some time who would say similar things about attachments and detachments and place in the world. And at the end of the day, that's not how what happened to him is not what I want to happen to me.
Very well. If this is what you believe, then so be it. But there is one thing I think you should know before you leave these halls, Suni. It may not change your mind, but I would be doing a disservice to you as a teacher if I do not share it with you now before we descend into the Devil's Maw in the next few days. For the average initiate of the Order of the All-Seeing, do you know how long it takes them to learn how to wield the Moonblades? To connect with that force?
I don't know, a week or two.
Sometimes, if they are incredibly talented, if they have all of the inner workings and all of the determination of self that they need, then yes, 2 or 3 weeks. Those initiates who are incredibly unsure of who they are and their place in this world and their path, months until they find that anchor. When you were given those blades, how long did it take you to learn, to wield them?
Oh, an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
And you never thought why? You never had any inkling, no strange feeling, no nothing. It just worked, didn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it did.
Suni, this is something that only you and I know. I thought that I had heard the name Suni before, but I wasn't entirely sure. I try my best to stay up to date on what's happening in the world. What I did not expect to find in the archives of the Order of the All-Seeing was your name. A previous member of our order. Many years ago. Long before myself, Ildan, before Ivana. Before Damaris in general.
How long are we talking here?
This would have been before the calamity.
Does Suni... I'm sure he knows-ish what the calamity is, but I don't know if he knows how long ago in history that was.
Yeah, so I think this is something that's fairly common knowledge that Suni would know because the year is 1908 AC, which stands for after calamity. So I think that hopefully,
Yeah, he
I think
would've
Suni
picked
would
up.
know that. I
Yeah,
hope
he'd
that he
pick up on
would.
that now.
So
Yeah,
he at
okay.
least knows
Yeah.
1908. He at least knows
Okay.
that.
I'm just trying to like bookmark all of like the Where's Waldo Suni moments here. When I had the flashback to getting the tiger hook swords made, and I think he was in Afera, and he was like off to go fight I can't, off the top of my head, think of what that thing's name is called. How long? Do you know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy?
No. I remember what you were talking about. I thought that was tracking down. I cannot remember her name either. The Red Dragonborn.
I thought he was like going after. Is it Korvac?
Korvac. Okay, yes.
Was that what it was? And that was like before he had turned into. It's coming back to me a little bit.
Yeah.
It's before he turned into. Korvac is the Knoll guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. What do I know approximately when in history that was?
Yeah, that would have been, I believe, about 1,500 years ago.
Okay. And then I was also told by the Swordmaster that I had taught him at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Was that as part of the order as well, or was that separate from the order?
That was separate.
Junie will just kind of hold his hands up to his temples a little bit. And he's like, holy fuck. What? That's weird, but I guess that makes sense.
That Sunni in particular. Records are not always the most accurate representation of history and the events as they transpired in truth. But it is said that Sunni did forsake his vows and leave the order of the All-Seeing. I do not know to what ends or to what purpose. But what you must understand, Sunni, is whatever is within you, it longs to be set free. It seems as though it will stop at nothing to have that. You must tread carefully.
What else did it say?
The records were brief. They did not include much, since it was from so long ago. There were small notes that perhaps were made by yourself, or a historian of the order at the time. You had spent a fair deal of time in the south, fighting against Osmodeus and his war against the material plane, defending what was right and what was true. It was said while you were there you encountered another Dragonborn. Your skills equally matched. You wounded each other and she escaped. And it is believed that you went off to pursue her.
That's it?
That is it.
Oh. Oh, God. I just never came back. Is that all forsaking your vows means, leaving?
Leaving and pilfering what small collection of forbidden arts we had reserved within the archive at the time. Wherever you were going, whatever you were trying to do, the magic and power you had amassed from the trainings of the Order was not enough. You needed to rely on darker and stranger magic to achieve what you wanted.
What I wanted was this other Dragonborn.
Perhaps. I hope so, at least.
Is gonna like put his forehead kind of into the palm of his hand for a second. Just having like tiny little crisis over tiny little crisis right now. And he's just gonna say it just doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense.
Perhaps, Suni. I have heard of this with the monks of Losha. Those especially connected to the Tongwu path. Those reincarnations and monk masters. In some cases, they have the ability to commune with their past lives. However, considering the shadow that follows behind you, if you wish to delve within your own mind to see what threads you are connected to, I would do so with caution. Not knowing who you are connected to and the specifics of their actions could do more harm than good. But if you want answers, no one else is going to know more than you.
I don't know if you would know this at all, but no one has ever told me. Am I supposed to know everything about the lives I used to? Am I supposed to not have anything?
I think that you should cease worrying about what you think you may or may not have, or should not have, and instead decide. Uncertainty is the strongest weapon anyone has against you. You do not need me to answer that question. All you need to do is make a choice and decide.
That choice used to be really easy for me. Choose like none of it ever mattered. What was before No, I'm not so sure how I can do that.
You can see she looks at you for several moments and says, choosing which path to follow is incredibly difficult. I'm happy that up until recently in your life, making choices was easy. But now, even though it is hard, you must work through it. Do not long for the life you used to have, because it will never come back. It will never go back to the way it was. You must look forward. What are you going to do today? What are you going to do tomorrow? If you feel as though it is necessary, look back. Ask questions. But do not try and restore life to the way it was before. Use the past to inform the choices you make tomorrow.
Thank you for your wisdom.
She'll nod and say, I hope that it is of use to you. I would love nothing more than to see you succeed, Suni. You must know that.
Thank you.
With that, she'll nod and she will have you participate in just a small meditation, not very long, 5 or 10 minutes, just to sit in silence and absorb the magic that courses throughout this room. But eventually, she does stand, and the two of you walk across, this time without a skill check necessary, Suni. You walk across the water and exit back out into the city of Maester. So.
Wait, I just gotta say, so can I like walk on water now? Like, or was that just here?
That was just there.
Ah, damn, I was about to say, I was like, I'm like fucking Jesus now. I can walk on water and I can cure diseases with my hands.
If only you had create food, then you really could, you know.
Can you cure blindness as well?
Okay, wait, but as a paladin,
No.
you totally can also create food and water, because I know Anzi has that shit, so...
Yeah, I
Suni
don't
is
think I have it. I don't have it prepared, but I could.
You can.
Hell yeah.
I don't think there's a spell to cure blindness, but you can definitely
No?
make
Is it?
blindness and
Yeah,
deafness.
hell yeah. I don't think paladins get that spell though.
You can be gritty Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It honestly, at that point, curing blindness would probably just be the regenerate spell. You just pluck somebody's eyeballs and then regenerate them.
Oh
Giveth and taketh away.
my.
Okay. So with that, as Suni returns back to the lodge, night falls, and I ask all of you before...
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I do have one thing before we go into battle. It can
Okay.
be the morning of.
Okay.
It's not super huge or anything.
Yeah. So we'll say the morning of, right? As Cecily, was it a group thing or was it...
It is a me thing.
Okay, all right. So as Cecily walked off to do her speaking with the water and hopefully connecting with Poe, Bianca, you also walk off from everybody else that morning. And where are you going?
Yes.
Where are you headed?
Yeah, I think because there's like levels in the town. I think she just go to one of the higher levels of the city, which I think is where the keep kind of is.
Yeah,
right?
you could head to one of the central towers in the keep, like the
Mhm.
wall surrounding it, and that tower you can see the entire city, and many
Yeah.
miles of land outstretching from that point.
Yeah. So what she'll do is she'll light her lantern and maybe bring like a few other like candles or whatever and like light it with the blue flames. And while just kind of looking out over the city and in the direction of Damaris Keep, she's actually just going to start to meditate. Um, she's going to close her eyes and try and connect just to the Raven Queen, not reaching out to her in request of anything, but just continuing to keep that connection there, foster that, and try to hear and feel the spirits, especially the ones trapped in this city or the land because of the curse and everything. Trying to just feel very rooted in what's been going on. And then I think her mind will also wander to just the journey that the party and she has been on ever since. Where the heck did they start? Summer's Rest. When she first, became a blood hunter and started on this journey, all the way to even meeting. Well, Rolius introduced her to that, so that whole like inception. Then to realizing who Rolius was, fighting Isin in the woods for the first time, all the way even to finding Isin in Brahmsgrave in the past, even thinking then to kind of leaping over to when they got to the Old Kingdom after they came back to the present time and feeling the ice and the spirits of this land and how corrupt and everything it was. All the way into the Battle of Periton, fighting Isin himself, losing her mother and losing Keothi. Basically a lot of the big moments surrounding the journey with Isin and Ivana and everything. And once her mind has kind of like wandered to the present, I think she would just open her eyes and like stare down at Damaris Keep and kind of with a glare kind of start to push that energy towards the keep, like I am centered and I am ready to take on this next leap in this journey. When she's never really felt like she's been ready before, through this whole time, this is something that she finally feels like she is ready to do this.
Yeah. As you stare out to the city and then stare with contempt to the keep far, far, far off to the west, you meditate and the blue candles flicker with life and death. The wind almost snuffing them, but then the flame comes back. Each candle in its own cycle of fading and rebirth. As you close your eyes, you can hear these wisps of wind. These souls of the damned trapped here because of Ayana. These souls asking for help. Queen, please.
I will help you.
Please free us of our pain.
I will. I promise.
As you feel that stillness wash over, the souls trusting you. There's one more voice that echoes out in response to your last statement. Although it's distorted and a bit twisted, you hear, I know you'll help them. I know it. As you are sure, as you tighten one of the last straps on the armor you wear, that your mother's still watching over you as you head into this terrible day. So, with that, Bianca, you descend from the parapet and into the city.
Hell yeah.
All right. Very cool. So, with that, does anybody else have anything else before we get into it? Nope. All right. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Nothing? All right. Sounds good to me.
Let's fucking rock their socks.
Rock'em sock'em.
Let's go give those monsters the heebie-jeebies.
Okay. So, you... Oh, look at that with the resub. Thank you so much, McBoy Doodle. 18 months, that's awesome. Much appreciated. So, with that, all of you converge. Down within the central markets, where most of the stalls have been cleared out, this central point of convergence. You can see that in the center of all of it, there is one large tent. Within that tent, a war table has been constructed, and all of the leaders of all of the different factions stand within. As all of you enter, exiting behind the cold, they all look to you, and the plan is set. Head to Fort Ivar, make sure that it's all clear, and then head to the Old Kingdom. Now, as all of you are gathered there, speaking back and forth with the different individuals that exist there, Hrothgar will speak up and say, Now, no offense to any of you, gesturing to the rest of the leaders there, not you guys. I think that for the good of the rest of the soldiers that are here, I think some words of encouragement should be shared with them. If not here, at least before we descend into Fort Ivar. And, well, I'd like to put a hat in the race. If there is some contest about it. Myself. No, I'm just kidding. No, I have never known a greater speaker to rally the troops and really make them care about what they're doing than... And he looks to you, Ajax. Than Ajax. Not only is he a veteran of fighting against the Dark One now, but going back to the Children of the Flame, he's been on the war front for a long time. Longer than most of us in this room. And, well, I think if anybody's gonna do it, I think it should be him. You can see all of the other leaders, they not in agreement. Nobody seems to have any disagreement. I will say that there is one face here that I did forget to mention, and I feel so silly for not mentioning it beforehand. And that is... Where he at? Where he at? Oh my goodness. That is King Borelli Boldblood, as well as Vondor Last Breath. They did come, and they brought 5,000 warriors of their own. Okay. Just wanted to stress that. But you can see that, other than that, it's the same faces we talked about before. Tyr, Batali, Typho, Ainwin, Nile, Patel, Illithor, Hrothgar, Alika, Sir Lapierre, and then I don't have an 11th one, but just imagine it's my head. King Borelli.
Damn. Got
All right.
a fucking council here.
Yeah. You have 11 of some of the most powerful people, not just in the Salamander Coast, but in Eridane. Aside from, like,
Hell yeah.
kings and queens and lords and ladies, you have them here.
Yeah,
So-
Cecily's definitely looking around like, I'm standing in a mural right now. This
You
is
can see
gonna be
one
so
guy.
cool.
There's one guy in a corner with a paintbrush who's making a commemorative painting.
Brushing.
Yeah. It's Alistair.
Of course it is.
Who let him in here? Oh, sorry, fuck me, I'll so leave. Okay. So
I will say John probably didn't catch. John, how much did you catch? Can you speech?
So I caught 0. I don't know if anyone saw my message other than Mark. Peter, blue
I
screen.
saw.
oh wow.
Yeah, I fucking out of nowhere.
Hrothgar thinks you're the best person to give a rousing speech to everybody at the war table and the
Yeah.
soldiers and all that, so.
Yes. I am back now.
What a thing to
Ajax
come
is
back
like,
to.
He wakes up from his
My-
coma.
If you could give me just 1 second to try to fix my bullshit.
Hrothgar, I wasn't really counting on this.
Yeah, we're gonna, I'm trying to fix my camera. Not work. I know it was just working, but it's not working in Streamlabs, and that's where it really, I apologize.
No, you are good. So,
I
just
am-
to double check with all of you, just that we were not like.
Right.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Well,
That's awesome.
You so
You know,
played up.
You look like you're streaming a let's play of a black screen.
yeah. Hold on.
All good.
So,
just
so
forget about me.
no, it's okay. That's okay. So, just to double check, right? The plan is for you guys to go to Fort Ivar, to investigate Fort Ivar,
Mhm.
and then to push forward to Damaris Keep.
Yeah. 2 steps. Easy plan.
Yeah.
All right. So now,
Couldn't go wrong.
Damaris Keep, just for transparency's sake, has 3 sections. So you have to breach the wall. You have to make your way through the city. And then you also have to breach the keep at the end.
4-step plan.
Okay.
Easy.
All right. So with that, John, you gave the thumbs up. You're good?
What just happened?
Computer blue screen again. Wouldn't that be so fun?
Well, you look great right now.
All of my apps just closed.
Wow.
I don't know where.
Ajax
there
is
we go.
disassociating very hard at the idea of public speaking.
I'm so sorry.
To buy him
Hrothgar.
some time, Cecily is gonna notice the dead air and be like, "Oh, yo, shit, is that you, King Borelli? Hello." Just like buy some time. Just be like, "How's the old blood?" Give him a fist bump or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brilly's that kind
Question:
of
Are we in front of all the soldiers right now, or?
No, so that was the that was the thing that Hrothgar said. Is he said, I think that whether it be now before we go in, or before we go into Fort Ivar, Ajax should give a speech. You guys are in a tent right now, though, that is all of the leaders discussing the strategy. So the implication is you would leave the tent, and there would be a thing for you to give the speech on.
Gotcha. In front of the soldiers.
In front of the soldiers, yeah.
Cool, because Ajax prepared say it in front of the soldiers.
Yes, that was the
Mhm.
implication, was that you would say it in front of the soldiers.
Okay. Also,
Yes.
I don't know if you can, but can you kick me out of Foundry because I can't get back in because it says I'm still in there.
I can. Kick player.
Thanks.
You've been kicked from the world. Ooh, hopefully that doesn't mean you're just gone.
Oh man, what a rough. Ooh.
You know, who needs Foundry? Anyways, I don't.
No, well, that was really tragic. Oops. Did everybody just get kicked out of Foundry?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm fine.
I'm so sorry, guys.
No, you're good. I was just
Foundry's
double
not been
checking.
working for me at all tonight. So.
Well, make it. Played some really good
Working.
music during Suni's thing.
Damn, that's really sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it the
is.
Sunni theme?
No.
I'm just joining as
No, it
Kayla.
wasn't the Suni theme.
Yeah, well, let me join as myself.
That's fine. Look at that. You're still
Alright.
in here.
That's scary. Did my shit crash? It didn't even crash in like, haha, that's funny kind of way, you know? It crashed in the worst way it possibly could.
Okay.
Alright.
So, activate. Hrothgar says, "Can you do that, Ajax?"
If you think that I would be best for the situation, you are a much better leader than I am.
Well,
But I can give it a shot.
yeah, I understand. No, I definitely think, considering your tenure in this, I think that you have the experience and, well, considering your closeness with the, well, considering the fact that you are one of the people responsible for this, I think it's only appropriate.
Then I will give a speech.
All right, it's now okay. No, I'm just kidding. You can take some time to breathe. We gotta set up a thing.
Well, I was actually going to ask if it would be better to say it before the fort or before we storm the keep.
I mean, dealer's choice, I suppose, depending on what points you wanted to hit on.
How is morale?
Well, they're warm. Their bellies are full. They're comfortable. So pretty high right now.
I'm wondering if I should save it to boost morale later. I can do it now. Just wondering.
It's entirely up to you. I think that that's a good idea to save it for later, in case anything bad happens at the fort.
Well, if we want someone to give a speech, maybe Carasilla can start us off, and then Ajax can do the one before we storm the keep.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, I was going to suggest the opposite, honestly. If you try and bolster things like that too much, it can honestly have the opposite effect. Make people think that there are more speeches going on than demanded by the situation and worry that there's something wrong that they do not know about. I think it'd be more impactful and better overall if Ajax waits for his speech.
Fair enough.
Very well.
All right. Well, so be it. Then I guess if there's nothing else to do here, then we best pack up and get ready to move. All right. Well, and looking to everybody, all of the rest of the leaders, they agree, and the council is dismissed. As all of you head out, the table and all the materials are loaded into a plethora of carts. Goods and supplies, camping materials, the siege equipment, everything is packed all together. And with that, your fighting force of 25,000 soldiers, they begin to march out of the city of Maester, headed to your first destination, Fort Ivar. And on that note, we're going to take a break right there, just for a little bit, a little quickie. I want to say just 5 or 10 minutes, because I'm pretty I'm gonna be transparent here with you, so we get back from break relatively quickly. The session will be ending with a combat encounter, so the sooner we get back, the sooner we can get into that, and the less late that we have to go, because I understand with weekdays it's a bit of a tricky situation. So let's just say 5 minutes, so 45, whatever that is on the dot for you, and we'll be back. All right, thanks for watching. All right.
That's the whole last thing.
This
We're
music's
back.
good. I'm nervous though. Let's go.
Can't go
So-
on camera to eat my cereal.
With that,
Fuck, I can't.
hello, everybody. We're back, ready to dive into the rest of tonight's session. So with that, our party marches forward. They leave behind the city of Maester, and they emerge into the frigid expanse of the western portion of the Old Kingdom that none of them have laid foot in so far. Some of the soldiers that had gone out on specific scouting missions to different areas had been to this place before. The effect that all of you have felt, diving deeper into the Old Kingdom, heading further and further and further west. In Reachka, the cold wasn't really anything. It was normal for spring. In Periton, it was chilly on most nights, but most days were comfortable. They were fine. Maester was not that way at all. A city encased in ice and snow. A city that was crumbling due to the weight that laid on top of it. Leaving the city for extended periods of time as when you fought Anvoth, well, that same effect is happening now. Luckily, the mages of the the mages of the Loyalists combined with the Children of the Flame and the Order of the All-Seeing, they were able to create multiple of those lanterns. Considering Maester is warm enough on its own, taking the ones they had and the ones they were able to make in the week and a half time, the entire army is sheltered in heat as you march through. It is still bitterly cold, but it's manageable. Provided that these lanterns continue to work, and that the magic that fuels them continues to burn, frostbite and death by exhaustion will not play a factor at all. So, with that, you march with the 45 soldiers from Periton, the 5 Kuatoa from the Underdark, the 500 Draconians from the Creator, 1,000 Loshari monks, 1,500 basilisks led by Batali, 500 of the Company of the Golden Heart led by Typho, 1,500 Crown Keepers led by Ainwin, 2,000 Loyalists led by Commander Nile, 750 Arboreal Exiles led by Seeker Patel, 5,000 of the Order of the All-Seeing led by Illithor Damaris, 3,000 of the Children of the Flame led by Hrothgar Damodran, or Hrothgar Almer, I suppose I should say, and then 5,000 members of the Brotherhood led by Alika. Also 500 Knights of the Dawn led by Sir Lapierre, and 5,000 warriors of the Kabdar led by Borelli Boldblood. The marching of the army creates this rhythmic punch as all of the soldiers seem to step in time with one another, with determination, with purpose. Heavy footfalls, armored individuals, the creasing of the clinking of metal and sword, the creaking of wooden wheels carrying incredibly heavy and dense siege machinery. You walk the first night. You set up camp, a temporary camp. You rest. You wake up the next morning, and you march again. Eventually, halfway through the day, you arrive at a watchtower. This same watchtower that had been investigated by the troops that you commanded, you had sent out on scouting missions. The watchtower was safe. Watchtower was protected and defended. The scouts that currently reside here, they inform you that they've seen no activity coming in or out of Fort Ivar for quite some time. Because of the safety of the tower, they have much more accurate information, and they believe that, as far as they can tell, there is no enemy presence within Fort Ivar. As far as they can tell. That's all the information they can give you. Some of your soldiers stay behind to relieve them, so they may go back to Maester to rest after the long and arduous job that they've had being posted here. Those soldiers are left behind with one singular lantern to warm the watchtower and watch your flank. One mage is left behind with them, so sending can be sent to as many of the leaders as possible in case a flank is approaching. So, you march again. You leave the watchtower behind. You camp another night. You wake up the next morning, and after several hours of marching, you begin to see it. As I will go ahead and move all of you now to Fort Ivar. Oh no, there's no vision. It's been a while since I've created scenes in Foundry. Oh my god. Isles has just been reusing old ones because of everything. There we go. Okay, the rest of them are fine. But there you see it. The dilapidated and destroyed keep. Pounds of ice and snow weighing down on the walls, crumpling them to the side, and the large towers displayed above. They watch over, but as far as all of you can see, there is no life within Fort Ivar. It is as desolate and as abandoned as the rest of this terrain is. Bop. Bop, 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 bop.
Joe, I have a question.
Bop. Is it about the list of soldiers?
Yep, that is it.
That's what I was just about to post.
Thank you. Is there one specific group out of all these soldiers that is better with scouting?
Yeah, the Arboreal Exiles.
No.
So, with that, actually, as all of you arrive at the keep, you're maybe an hour's ride away. You can see it clear as day, even through the snow and wind that currently bears down on you. You can see that... Yeah, those are the Draconians.
Are they listed? I'm so sorry. They are. I'm.
No, you're good. So you are called to the tent where the rest of the generals and leaders are gathering, and you can see Seeker Patel. He is preparing to speak as all of you enter, as he says, "Well, I think that it is only necessary and appropriate that I take 5 of my best within Fort Ivar, scout out, make sure that there are no enemies there. I can promise you we won't be seen or found. If we were able to avoid the Loyalists and the Crown Keepers for so long, I think that whatever is in there we can avoid as well. We can be in and out within 4 hours, travel there, explore, travel back.
That sounds like a good plan.
All right. Well, I would just like to say it seems like a first easy victory for us. Come to a fort it's already abandoned. I think whatever all of you are doing is making Ivana scared. So, good job.
Do you have any way to communicate with us, should anything go south?
Yes, there is one scout I will take with me that has the ability to use the sending spell. Should anything happen, we will confer that to one of you.
I would suggest Carasilla. She also has that ability.
Very well. I will have them send the message to you, Carousel. And, well, if I'm not back in 6 hours, assume the worst then, I suppose.
Be safe, Seeker.
Of course. And with that, you can see that he sort of picks up the bow from the table, and he'll head out. So, in the 4 hours that he requested, is there anything any of you wanted to do in the meantime, or are you just waiting with bated breath for Seeker Patel to return?
I think Ajax is definitely going to talk to the other commanders and come up with a battle plan. Now that we're actually on the ground, well, not on the ground, but we're very close to the fort. Kind of going over a battle plan of if we need to siege the fort, who's going first, who's doing what, and then if this fort is empty, how we move our troops in, and kind of scouting the immediate vicinity to make sure that if we do move all our forces into this fort, this central location, we're not going to get ambushed.
Yeah. So you discuss that with the different generals, all giving their own feedback, but it seems that the general end point of the discussion is that when they return, provided there is nothing in there, they think that it might be wise to leave a small what's the word I'm looking for? Garrison. There we go. A small garrison behind to defend the keep, or to at least let all of you know, once again, if there is something coming from the flank, or if they do decide to retake the keep. But in terms of taking it, there are 4 different gatehouses, and the scouts from the watchtower, all 3 of those gatehouses are broken open, and troops could freely move through them. So moving throughout the gatehouses would be easy enough.
I think Ajax would just kind of say to the group as we're talking about all of this.
And who would be leaving troops behind? Form the garrison.
You can see they all look to each other. If the party has any opinions on it, they can share it. But if not, some of the others might share their thoughts.
Sorry to continue to talk. Which of these units can travel fast and also is can hold their own, travel fast, and like be able to communicate this with us? That's a lot.
I mean, I think you're kind of getting 2 out of 3 of those in most cases, you know, like a triangle,
Okay.
pick 2. The Knights of the Dawn can travel fast, and they can definitely hold your own. There are no spellcasters amongst them that would be able to cast that unless you decide to leave a few behind and sort of mix and match. People that would be able to communicate and would be able to hold their own, the warriors of the Kabdar with Borelli. In fact, they could start to reinforce the keep with their masonry skills. Also hold their own and move quickly. You could leave the Draconians here.
Right.
Let's see.
What about the Arboreal Exiles? Because they've, like, we know that they've got, like, tree stride shit, obviously, right? Because, like,
Yeah.
that came up in Periton, and they can also communicate. So it's just, like, even if they may not be able to hold their own as well, like, they can at least get out.
Yeah, if you leave the Arboreal Exiles behind, if enemies do attack the fort, it'll be a lot like when in in Return of the King, when they attack Osgiliath, and it's just a bloodbath, right? And they're like, it's a whole bunch of rangers in a city just trying to do their best, and it's not exactly it.
Yeah.
They're not trained in that type of combat. So they could get out and they could protect it, but they wouldn't exactly be able to hold their own.
My thoughts for at least everybody is that some of the warriors of the Kabdar should stay behind, form the garrison, because they have 5,000 warriors. So leaving behind some of those won't impact their numbers as much as it would impact people like the Arboreals or the Knights of the Dawn. I don't want to leave the Knights of the Dawn behind because they're our frontliners. They're going to be up front helping us kill shit. As well with the Draconians, that they are our front line. Last time we talked, they're going in first. That's my thing. I think we should leave some of the warriors of the Khadgar because they have 5,000.
Yeah, that makes sense. We can leave like 1,500. I mean, how big's the fort?
It's pretty big.
Okay.
Back in its day, it could have operated as a city on top of a fort, but it's primarily a military fortification. But 1,500 would be enough to cover it. Like 1,500 is how many you'd need to leave behind to make sure all of your ends are covered and that there's no seepage.
So I'll note on here 1,500.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Especially if they're able to fix shit up, you know.
Yeah,
Because this could also be our fallback point if we need to fall back.
that's a good idea. This is why we got Ajax. I wasn't even thinking that. I was like, everyone in. Let's go.
Yeah. King Borelli, upon recommendation of that, he would say,
If this is what you wish, then it will be done. It would be my honor to leave troops behind and to begin repairing fortifications and defend it to the last man.
Thank you. It is much appreciated.
so 1,500 of the Kabdar dwarves will stay behind, and we'll say Vondor stays behind with them to manage them. So yeah, 1,500 left behind with a trustable, with a leader you can trust. Borelli will push forward with the rest of the remaining 3,500 Kabdar. All right. Cool.
Trying to make that.
I don't have anything else.
Nor do I. My breath is bated.
Same.
Okay. So you wait 1 hour. You have your conversation. 2 hours. You eat a small, hot lunch that has been prepared by the cooks within the traveling army. 3 hours. You wait. They said 4. The 4th hour comes and passes. They haven't returned by the end of the 4th hour, but perhaps there was more to the keep, or it was more treacherous. They needed to take more time. Maybe there were enemies there.
Nah, I mean, when it does reach that 4th hour, Carousel would send ascending, just to check in, see if there's been any complications.
You receive no response.
Try another person.
No response.
I think something's happened.
So as you are within the camp of the leaders, they all hear that. And I think Sir Lapierre would say, well, either A, they are in a situation where they cannot respond immediately, yes? I am not very familiar with how these sending spells work, but right, you need to verbalize the words you go to speak. If they are truly on a stealth mission, there are enemies within, then that could endanger them, no?
I mean, just real quick, if a response isn't given because it's willingly not given, would I be able to, like, would it be different to, like, trying to send to a dead person where, like, there would be no connection? Like, would I be able to at least know that, like, a connection has gone through if they were just choosing not to respond? Because, like, I don't think there's any specification.
Yeah, so the weird thing with sending is it's just like you're putting a letter in the mail. So you have no
Right.
confirmation if they receive it or not. You're just shooting it out there and hoping that they respond. So no response typically means that it's not good, but because one of the components of sending is verbal, the implication is that the recipient, if they wish to respond, would also need to verbalize it.
This may be a lot to ask right before battle, but Carousel, are you able to scry on them?
Yeah, I don't think I have a prepared check.
Can anyone?
I
mean-
think, though, regardless, if they're not responding, they're not able to respond, that means that there's certainly something there, that the fort isn't abandoned.
I was thinking the same thing. Regardless,
think
it's
regardless.
an answer.
Regardless, we need to treat it as if there's something that's happened and that people in there would need backup. The worst hasn't already happened.
Well, then I think the answer is relatively clear, is it not? No? We march in. Here we go.
I believe so. We cannot let them in there by themselves for this long. As was stated, they're probably running into something.
You can see Illithor sort of crosses his hands, and
I do not know if that is a wise decision. If we march in with the rest of the army and say it is a trap, then we walk in with the majority of our fighting force ready to be trampled upon. I think that it could be a strong idea, but it might not be a bad idea to send in a more measured response.
as he looks to the party.
No, I have an idea. Carousel, how many more times can you do that sending thing?
I mean, a good few if we're assuming that not too much is going to happen afterwards. But
What if
I'd
we send one of the
be-
Draconians in?
a singular one?
Singular one. We tell the Draconian to get there as silently as possible. However, no matter what circumstance they are in, to respond to your sending. If they do not respond, then we know somewhat what's going on.
I mean, I feel there'd be an issue with timing there. It's my only concern. It's not something that can last and linger for indefinite reply. Send it too early, might have missed whatever's there. Send it too late, we won't get a response.
Joe, we know how far away this fort is from us, right? Walking distance.
Yeah, walking distance, maybe. I mean, if people are trying to be stealthy, an hour, but if they're trying to be quick, 30 minutes.
We could wait the amount of time it would take. Or we could go with a more aggressive approach. I'm up for suggestions.
Well,
I-
we think if if one of our ideas, if the keep was empty, was to leave 1,500 behind to hold it, that probably is the same logic that Ivana is working with as well, trying to measure her size of forces. So maybe if we only take a portion of our forces and do a more frontline approach, that saves half our people from needing to see battle and using those resources, while also most likely still having more troops than what is at the keep or the fort. Right?
So you're saying bring in a small army?
Half or smaller.
That could work. The rest of you,
Adek's kind of looking to the party and the other commanders.
what say you on this idea? Send in a single Draconian and see if we get a message back, or send a small force to the fort.
I think there's some variables to the Draconian idea, like Carosello said. No matter what's going on, I think our people are in that fort and they're in a little bit of trouble.
Agreed.
I'm okay with going in. We're gonna have to draw blood eventually.
So we're leaning more. Sending a small force.
I mean, I'd be fine with us leading the small force.
Agreed as well. Then the 5 of us will take some... I would suggest taking some of the Draconians with us. And maybe...
Joe, are the Voidrot sorcerers the only ones that, like, are good mage backlines?
No, okay, so there are a lot of mages that have dangerous capabilities to them. The Voidrot ones are just especially good at teleporting, and sort of
Okay.
manipulating matter.
Okay. Out of character, my idea that I have is going off of what you said, Felicity. You know, bringing a small force. I think we need to bring in strong, close quarters individuals like the Draconians. They're also a little bit more expendable than the Knights of the Dawn, and we also need backliners. We need people that can, shoot from afar and kill things without dying.
Well, I think not only are the Arboreal Exiles good at that sort of backline thing, from what I remember, I also think there would be motivation since they're going to rescue some of their own.
Okay.
And they would be able to maybe notice things that we wouldn't be able to. Like, notice, clearly our people were in this room, or it seems like they went this way, or stuff like that that we just wouldn't
Okay.
pick up on.
That's a really good idea.
I mean,
So
also,
it's-
could the Voidrot sorcerers, I don't know how their teleportation works, but would they be able to teleport a decent sized group into the fort?
They cannot teleport, kind of like how Dimension Door works. They have heightened
Oh,
Dimension Doors, so they can't
okay.
teleport somewhere that they haven't seen or they don't know. It'd be a great get out of jail free card, right?
Oh, okay.
Where if you're in a place, right, they can teleport a good number of people, probably 5 or 10, which is 100 times better than, or it's like 10
Right.
times better than Dimension Door. But nothing too, like they can't do like the whole end game, hundreds of people exiting out of a portal.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Damn.
I wasn't sure because I was like, wait a second.
The only
Okay.
thing that I'm apprehensible about with the Void Rot Sorcerers is we have 250 of them.
I mean,
Like-
we don't have to utilize them right now.
Mm. How many do we want to bring of the Draconian?
I think we should be somewhat conservative right now.
I- I would say we could bring the basilisks. They're not quite like the draconians, but
Ooh.
they're a proud people that are like willing to, you know.
And Ajax can convince things.
And like it's a scratch my back, I'll scratch yours one day, so one day.
I think we should bring some of the Arboreal Exiles.
Yeah.
So basilisks.
Yeah, so
the
you'll need to
exiles.
give me exact numbers because it will matter.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
And what about the monks too? They're pretty fast.
They'll mostly heal though, right? As opposed to attack. Was that their deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is still
They
good.
can defend themselves, so I mean, if you wanted to be morally gray about it, you could put them at the front line and then they have to defend themselves.
Oh my god.
Nice.
um
Man. It's like making a communist pay rent.
Exactly.
doing some numbers. Who else?
The biggest chunk should be the basilisks, since they are the biggest chunk.
I mean, we could bring the basilisks. Can't say their fucking name.
So-
I mean,
This-
honestly, we could bring like half the basilisks, half the Children of the Flame, and half the Brotherhood, and probably be fine.
That's a lot.
Half the Brotherhood.
I mean, y'all, let's just do it.
I was thinking way less numbers than that.
I was thinking we have a lot of people, so we could just bring half
Yeah.
of some of these groups.
I think especially since like this is the fort, this is not the keep, I think we can afford to have like a massive brute force like that. Because once we got the keep, we can use it as a way to like help also protect people. So like getting this fort's important. And if we send in a big force, like we'll have time and ability to then recoup any injuries and loss that's there. And so, like, I don't think there's any sense in only sending small numbers because, oh no, what if we get, like, if we lose them? Because it's just like,
Yeah.
if we can't get this fort, we can't get the keep. And so it's worth fucking everything we have because then we can recoup it before we then go to the keep. So it's like, may as well chuck everything at it, basically surround it, and then just close in, you know?
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Is like, kind of like what I was saying. If it takes at least 1,500 to operate, we know there's at least 1,500 of Ivana's people are in the keep. So if we have more than 1,500, and hopefully she's also rationing her people as well, we should be good. And I was thinking, double the, like, easy. Let's get it.
Okay, so why don't we take all of the basilisks?
Cool.
Because they like fighting, and I don't think they'll have a problem with that. I think we should maybe take 300 Loshari
That could be nice.
to heal.
Most of the Arboreals and half of the Draconians. That seems right to me.
See, I was thinking save the Draconians and dip into some
That's-
of our larger numbers, like
That's
the
fair.
Order of the All-Seeing or the Children of the Flame.
Yeah, I think we need to
Okay.
save as many Draconians as we can,
Yeah.
because they are going to be on
Yeah.
the actual front line of the keep. So, okay, so no Draconians, 1,500 basilisks, 300 loshari. Why don't we bring 1,000 order,
Okay.
and then bring 500 arboreals because they need to be contributing to saving their commander.
That's fair.
All these people have mages, right?
For the most part, yeah.
So if we do that, we will be bringing in the 3,300 soldiers, which is more than double 1,500.
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Just overwhelm it, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
All right, I'll
I
post
like
in the
it.
chat for
I was
Joe.
going to do that, so you should do it. You'll do it better than me. Yep.
And the 5 of us, baby.
And the 5 of us, I was gonna say, let's just all 5 go in there. Fucking leave everyone behind. We got this.
I mean, I was also thinking maybe they just teleport us in and Joe have a panic attack.
Just look at Joe's face.
Joe's like, I don't care.
I'm cool either way. Like,
Do
I
what you want.
say we send
It's less
just
work for him if we all die, right? So, like...
Let's do this.
send just the Kuatoa.
Are they-
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, they're coming with us.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Anyway, carousel they're right there.
That's fair. Let's do it.
I love the thought of you unveiling your cloak, and inside of it, you throw a bunch of daggers and fish people.
It's just like that guy from
Yeah.
Resident Evil that's like, what are you buying? Except
Yeah.
it's just fucking Kuatoa.
Aristotle
Drunk elevated Kuatoa.
I will say, I know we're not bringing our stealthy people, but it might be a good idea to try. I know it's not our strength, but like try and stealth so we can at least maybe get halfway there without being noticed. And then whenever we do get noticed, we charge.
Question.
I am not going to. I'm just gonna say this right now. You are
No.
moving forward with 2,300 soldiers towards a keep that is meant
But
to
it's
be a heavily
snowing.
defensible position
It's
that is
snowing.
surrounded by flat land. Yeah, it's,
But
it's
In the
all
picture,
white.
It's completely broken.
It's all white. But you have individuals that wear black, they wear gold, they wear green, they wear blue.
Change
All
our
right,
fit.
question. Okay. Do the Void Rot sorcerers know dark? The spell.
the spell darkness. So
I
it's
don't think
clouds
that's
of
gonna
darkness
cover-
are rolling across.
No. Okay,
Yeah, but then they
you know
won't
what
see
I'm
our
saying,
soldiers
'cause
and
I'm
what
like,
they are.
Can we at least maybe disguise our numbers? Like, you know, make it so they can't really tell how many are coming in, you know?
Can
So,
we
like,
get close
maybe
enough and all of them
we'll
cast
do it
darkness at
full
the same
force.
time in an area?
Do you have a concept of what 3,000 people looks like on
Yeah,
stark
Trojan
white
horse
snow?
this bitch.
Well, hey, wait a second. Oh, we could Trojan horse, or I was thinking. So we.
What?
I'm sorry.
You
this
have
is
to build
terrible
a
idea.
horse.
All right, let's start building the horse.
I was also thinking. Wait. Just,
Joe's sitting down. He's so
okay,
annoyed.
so Macbeth, right? What do? They look like trees, moving trees.
No,
Let's start digging.
guys, a party
okay.
of 5 can never reliably stealth through a dungeon. Like, this is 3,300 people.
Yeah, but I
Let's
want to see
just
Joe roll
go.
3,300.
Let's just go.
I'm sorry, Joe. We're just gonna go.
The best you could do to try and divert attention is you could divide your numbers between the 3 gates and fan out.
Nah, that's too much work. I think we just walk in.
I think we should go.
Okay, so it is okay. All right, so you're gonna be walking through a gate. All right, for one, with 3,300 people. Okay, so when you're walking through that gate, it's gonna take time to walk through that gate because the gate is only about 5 people wide, shoulder to shoulder.
Are there multiple gates?
Yeah, that's what I just said. There are 3 gates. but they're on separate sides of the fort.
Hmm.
But remember, you said that'd be too much work.
Well, we can. I think we may have changed our mind.
I thought you said that we should stealth in as different groups and then converge back together.
No.
3 gates. How many fucking? You know, you thought we were gonna end with combat. How many soldiers do we have? 15, 25, 30,300, 3,305. No, 3,310. Divided by 3.
Can anyone summon like a giant that can just like crack a big old hole?
Can the sorcerers do that? Can they summon
I'm sorry, I'm
draconic
gonna
spirit?
stop. To me, these don't sound like dumb questions in my head, and then I say them. Let's just do the game. I'm so sorry.
It's cool.
About 1,103 soldiers can go to each side.
3-3
if that's what
repeating,
we want.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it is.
Okay. All right, sure. So, I'm assuming that the 5 party members are leading one group, and then you're assigning, we'll say, some of the soldiers from Periton. We'll just say you brought 3 of them with you, or 6 of them with you, so they can take the other ones and lead them. That's cool. Okay.
Sounds good.
So, you will split off, have one group go to the north, the south, and then you'll go on the east gate. So the direct one closest to you. We got there. See, look at that. I'm proud of you guys.
Would it make any sense to try to send, like, I'm sorry to complicate things further when we just about got to a decision, but like some sort of just, I know it's like super cliche, but like some sort of distraction, like literally like 5 draconians or some shit, and send them ahead and try to divert them to like a blind spot or like a spot that's not right where we're all going to be going through. Just a couple of beefy things that will draw eyes, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, you could send them in.
Also, might not be necessary. I don't know.
No, I'd say the only downside is you guys don't know a layout of the keep, in terms of what it is, what its structure is. So I don't know if. I mean, it would be possible to send them in to see if they trigger anything, for lack of a better term, but it's not like you could have enough coordination to send the men away from the path you're going to go, because you guys don't know the path you're going to go yet, because you don't know what's away from the outside. That's
I
the only
suppose
thing.
my main concern, and maybe it's not one that I need to have, is are there people on this keep that will like be attacking us because they can see us approaching?
We don't know yet.
That's what I mean, is that if we can avert the gaze of the people, if we can like send, I don't know, a group that looks like our party in one direction to get everybody who's outside to be focused in an area, it might not be a big enough deal because we're coming in with, 3,000 people anyway. So like, who gives a shit about trying to be stealthy at this point? I guess.
Yeah, I think that your opportunities to create a diversion, I don't think you have too many options there, sadly. And I always hate to say no as a DM, but it's hard when you are going into the place with all of the soldiers, with all of the your siege camp is visible from an hour away.
Yeah, I'm not pressed about it. It was just a last minute thing in my head.
No, you're good. And I hate shooting down ideas, but I just wanted to,
How many ghillie suits?
I don't feel shot down, Joe. You're good.
All right.
I'm
Good
flying
stuff.
high.
I think once we went from strike force to overwhelming numbers, we should have given up the stealth thing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all good. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we finally got there.
We got them.
Nope, not yet. There's no Bin Ladening happening yet. It's really poor use of.
Oh my god.
That was real. Yeah,
Thank you.
that was good.
Get Bin Laden. I love this game.
So, With that, the three groups split off to the north, south, and east gate. You march in as all of you, after a fair bit of discourse amongst the party and the soldiers in your company, decide that stealth probably is not a valid option when approaching with 3,000 soldiers. You move in. As you move throughout the gatehouse, you can see very clearly these walls, this gatehouse, most of the structures you can see are only standing because of the pounds of ice that currently hold them together. It is no longer brick and mortar, it is ice and snow that keeps this keep together. You move underneath the gatehouse and you can hear the creaking of stone, this scratching noise as this abrasive wind bashes into the structures around you. Your hair and armor is whipped in different directions. As you can see, directly in front of you, a small city. Incredibly small. A village is more an apt description, but surrounded by these massive fortifications. And in the very center, you can see the keep itself. An incredibly tall structure. Solid stone. You can see small arrow slits all the way up and down the probably 50 stories that this keep has been built up. The town, the buildings, the walls, there may be things there, but if there are any troops, any enemy forces awaiting you, they'll be within the keep. So, with that, you head to the keep. As you make your way through, even though the keep from the outside seems to be this incredibly claustrophobic and prison-like structure, the point of entry that you emerge through into the keep is rather open. Soldiers file in one by one by one by one through the incredible small gate and doorway that will let you in. With any of your passive perceptions, even those of you that have a higher passive perception, there's still nothing you see necessarily. Aside from the ever-passive whip of wind, there seems to be no enemies. The arboreal exiles that are with you see no traces or tracks of their companions.
I know it's probably not going to be enough because it's only 30 feet, but I just want to have detect thoughts going just in case.
Yep.
Because then I'll know if there is any, like, consciousness within that 30 feet.
So as you do that, consciousness within 30 feet, as you initially ping it, you feel nothing, but it lasts for 10 minutes?
It's only a minute.
Only a minute, okay. I'll keep that in mind over the course of the next minute.
I also use my divine sense, which is a 60-foot radius.
Okay. 60-foot radius. Is that just in that moment?
Yes.
Okay. 60-foot radius for all of the things that are listed in Divine Sense. Fae, Fiend.
Celestial Fiend, Undead.
Undead, okay.
Yep.
Nothing pings. It is clear, blank. You make your way past the foyer at that point. Passing into what seems to be the central dining hall. Long, large tables that could accommodate thousands of soldiers. This is the room where things start to change. The winds aren't nearly as bad here. Being in this interior, small bits of snow still fall, but it is a nothing. What you do see in front of you, though, in this room alone, there are maybe 200 or 300 frozen statues. People frozen in different positions, some still as if they were eating, others frozen in fear, others frozen wielding swords. Some lay on the ground as crumpled pieces of ice like a broken statue. So, as you begin to fan out a bit with your collection of around 1,000 soldiers following behind you, one of the arboreal exiles approach and say to one of the statues, I know him. Oh no. This is...
Who is he?
It's... And you see they are kind of choke up for a moment. Sika Haifa. And you can see that where they find them, they are currently crouched in a corner. You can see their head is twisted in an unnatural way, looking behind them.
This isn't one of the people that went out, right?
It is, yeah. One of the seekers.
Shit. And he's twisted behind him. Can we look in the direction that statue or frozen person is looking?
Yeah. As you sort of trace their line of sight, you can see that there is a terrace that hangs above the ceiling, connected to the walls that seems to lead to another story above. You can see a set of spiral staircases that lead up in that direction. Whatever did this, it came from above.
Bianca will kind of say that to at least our party, and maybe our party can just head up there to check it out on the second floor, unless we want to try and bring everybody up there, but it might just be easier if we head up there just to see what's going on.
I can go scout it out.
It might be better if we go in a group.
Just stay behind me.
Joe Ajax is going to slowly go up to that second floor. His shield is in front of him.
Okay.
He's walking.
Okay, and all the party members are following behind?
Close behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Readied. Lightning.
Oh yeah. Crimson Right activated.
Okay, take your damage.
Lightning style.
Ajax has a spear.
Yeah.
Good to know. Okay. Suni Carousel, are you preparing anything as you head up?
So I'm just reading what I want to prepare. I'm gonna have it prepared. if there is obviously people question mark up here.
Sunny will activate at least one of his moon blades, like really close in front of him.
Okay.
Can I say that Ajax would have said something to the ones around us? We have 1,000 soldiers with us.
Yeah.
He would say to some of the arboreals,
Fan out in the area. Stay close by, but look around. See if you can find anything else.
that's what he said before walking.
All right. Make your way up. Carasilla, with your passive perception of 21, you would catch this as you pass some of the individuals along the way. Some of these frozen statues, I mean, it's not too much of a long shot to say that these are probably real people. There's no way these are statues that were frozen in place or covered in ice and snow. They're too lifelike. They're too real. Some of the skin underneath almost looks petrified to a degree. But one of the things that you notice as you pass by is on some of these frozen statues, there are these faintly glowing runes. Nothing in any language of magic that you're familiar with, but some type of magical energy is attached to these creatures.
Am I able to deduce what kind?
Make an Arcana check.
Yeah, of course. That's a 1.
Well,
Oh no! I am so shabby.
Looks magic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we took other mages with us, so I guess since like they're not all coming up, would point that out to one of them or a couple of them to see if they're able to decipher or have something more useful, like an identifier or some shit, you know?
Yeah. So you can see one of the mages within. Let me check here. Within the Order of the All-Seeing, approach it and says, "I believe this is judging from the glyphs and runes, perhaps abjuration, maybe? Or perhaps even enchantment? I'm not very sure."
Either way, I think it's probably best for people to not stay too close to them if they can.
Very well. Okay. So you head up? Okay. One by one by one. The 5 of you, important question. Would you have brought Keothi with you here or left her in the siege camp?
That's such a good question.
I think we would have brought Keothi.
I think so.
Yeah.
I vote yes.
Okay.
I wanted to see this through, you know.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Plus, like, you know, healing and whatever. That's nice.
You have your uses, whelp. Okay. So, Keothi has had a bit of a solemn air around her. She is not one for war. She is always willing to protect her friends and to be there for all of you. It's not that she's uncomfortable with what's happening. She knows it's a necessity, but she does not like it. As those of you that have been around with Keothi since she joined, before she left, she took an oath of peace that she wasn't meant to break, but she did to defend herself and to defend the party. even though she's come to terms with that, she still does not like violence. But she's still here with all of you because she knows that this is what's right. So her quiet and reserved nature has been definitely due to the circumstances that all of you currently walk into. But with that, you all march forward. You head up the stairs, across the balcony on this second story above the dining hall, and you can see it wraps around to another staircase that heads up further. So whatever creature is here, it's a pyre. But so far, there have been no other enemies here.
So this place is kind of run down. Does it look like any large creature has been traversing through this place? Like maybe some of the decay or breaking and everything is from something that doesn't fit here is moving around? Or does it not look like it's been disturbed in that kind of way, and whatever it is maybe is smaller?
Nothing so large that would break anything in the area. So a large creature would be able to move throughout this space without affecting any of the structure. It's the hallways and staircases are large enough for that. So a creature bigger than Keothi, bigger and wider than Keothi would be able to move through freely.
But not like a dragon.
No, not like a dragon. I would say, a medium-sized elephant could navigate just as like a metric that all of us understand what size it
I'm
is.
gonna go with minotaur size for me.
Yeah, that is also an acceptable for a bipedal bovine creature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to. I don't know. My brain was going ice dragon, so that's why I just.
Yeah, as
Dude,
far
I
as you
wish.
can, as far as you can tell, doesn't look like a dragon. At least not through these halls. It could be elsewhere, but it's
That's
not.
true.
It's not
Let's find the
navigating these
dragon,
halls.
guys.
Unless
You
it
already
has a
did
human
that,
form.
Ajax. You don't get to do it twice. Yeah, I'm ready to just keep proceeding.
Ajax
Yeah.
is going to also continue to proceed.
Okay. How many flights do you go up before sending word or returning to the soldiers below?
One more.
One more? Okay.
I think so. I'm not the party leader, so
I mean, no one's the leader. I was just thinking we were gonna keep going till we found it.
Yeah, how many does it look like there are, though?
As you were approaching, to the top of the keep, it was about 50 stories.
Right. So
Oh!
at some point, we're just
Army's gonna be
gone.
dead.
Like, yeah.
You could have the soldiers follow behind you and clear out the floors as you get to them.
I think if we got to the third floor and still didn't find anything, Cecily would recommend that.
Yeah.
That we start staggering. Like, we investigate the fourth floor, it's clear. The army investigates the fourth floor, we go to the fifth, and just
Yeah, I
like,
keep forgetting that we have 1,000 people with us.
yeah.
I thought
I
it was
mean-
gonna be different in here.
If we at least keep them within 120 feet, I guess, below us, I'd still be within message range, so I could just keep updating every couple of floors as we go up.
Okay.
Cool. We could do that then.
That's sick. I like
Yeah.
magic.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
point
So
below.
you have the soldiers follow behind you, and you can do that from the third floor. You could send a message down,
Sweet.
and you can hear, even from where you're at, you can hear the soldiers mobilize. You can hear them begin to move, and this is a prime example of why you now understand why stealth wouldn't work. These halls, they echo like nothing else. So soldiers down on the first floor, the clanking of metal and scraping of sword and plate armor and the steps of plated shoes on stone steps, It echoes 5-10 stories above it. So, keeping that in mind, you continue to move. Another story, another story. 10 stories, 15, 30. Step after step after step after step. Carasilla, you reach out with message, you get an all clear. It takes them about 5 stories to clear an entire floor. And at that point, a lot of the other soldiers have begun to flood in from the north and south gate. So now the floors underneath you are getting cleared out across the whole area much faster than you anticipated. Around the 30th floor, you do encounter another frozen corpse of one of the arboreal exiles. You can see this one. No. You can see this one has a shard of ice embedded into its chest as it is pinned against the wall, and you can see the ice is thicker around the chest as it over-encompasses the rest of the body. You can see they have this frozen expression of pain and fear, staring up slightly above eye level at whatever creature was looming over them.
This is, shot in the dark question. Ajax know of any creatures that shoot ice and freeze people?
Make a history check. Sure.
You're generous. And my dice are not.
Ajax
So
can't think of
no.
any creatures, but hey, he's seen a lot of mages do that.
What is ice?
It's like the time you forgot what money is. Y'all remember that? That was a great callback. Good job, Mark. Thank you.
Good job, Mark. Thank you. All right. And press forward. Another step. Another step. Another flight of stairs. Another flight of stairs. Until eventually you arrive at the top. 50 stories, 50 flights of stairs. At this point, the adrenaline, the pressure, is what has pushed you this far. The anxiety. The 6 of you, Keothi included, enter in to this large chamber that seems to be a war table and throne for whoever was the lord or lady of this keep. You can see there are thousands of those frozen statues in front of you. In fact, Carasilla, as you were hearing messages from the soldiers, they would recount you with how many of those creatures they found on them, each one with the glyphs and runes that you had seen on the one on the bottom floor. You continue moving forward, and eventually, as you move closer towards the war table, navigating through the frozen bodies, you see lying on the table a spear of ice embedded through both of his hands, pinning him above his head, and then 2 spears of ice embedded into his stomach. Seeker Patel, dead on the table. It seems as though a death that was quick and painless was not enough. You see small cuts and lacerations, bits of frostburn over his face and hands, different from the rest of his skin. You assume that he was punished for whatever reason.
Two things. So this room, which definitely seems like the most happened here, maybe just like an investigation of like any signs or tracks or anything We don't know what creature we're looking for, but we know it's icy and throws spears. But also, would Bianca be able to cast... Ooh, no, yes. Cast Speak with Dead on Patel?
No. In order to do that, they need to be able to have a jaw and a mouth that can move to speak from. He is encased in ice right now, as well as
He's encased. I thought it was like...
No, yeah,
You know what I mean?
all of the
like a
corpses.
stiff.
Yeah, no, all the corpses you found, even of the arboreal exiles, they've been encased in ice, completely frozen over, like statues.
Okay, yeah, and taking time to try and melt it feels like so much effort. For the payoff to be potentially zero. I guess investigating this room, looking for signs of maybe what Patel found that would warrant such an attack, or more traces of what this creature could be. Kind of, those are the two.
Are all of you searching for clues of that fashion?
Yeah, Ajax's eye is gonna glow. He's gonna use his little I don't remember what the hell it's called. Eye of Minute Seeing.
Okay. So, with that, for those of you that are looking around, go ahead and make some investigation checks for me.
Advantage, dude.
Nice.
I don't think Cecily would be rolling here. I think she would just be kind of tuning in and trying to see if she senses any presences in the wind.
Okay.
Though we be in a building.
Go ahead and make a charisma check for me. As you try and tune into that natural magic you have. And then Suni, what's Suni doing?
Sorry, give me a second. So, Suni is just also, he's not looking for anything specifically, but he'll just be in tune with his, like, blind sight, maybe give another divine sense just as they're looking around, but not specifically looking for anything.
Yeah. Using another divine sense, it doesn't seem like there's any undead or fiends or fae or celestials here. You are fairly confident of that right now. Let me look at that feature real quick once again. I think there's another part of that spell actually that keep my stool behind me. Features. So one of the things that you can feel, Suni, is right near the throne, that ground has been hallowed with unholy energy. So
Suni will
60
relay that
degrees.
information. Yeah. Is it, like, centered specifically on the throne, like on the seat of the throne?
Yes. So, Suni, as you mentioned that, Ajax, Bianca, and Carasilla, you head off in separate directions, and you start to see in this area in particular, these forms, aside from the 3 that you had found already, these seem to be older. These seem to be people that have been here for a long time, perhaps when the keep fell all those years ago. The last line of defense within the city gathered in here to hopefully be saved. It looks as though that rescue never came. However, you can see on each and every single one of these frozen statues that sigil, whether it be on their chest, on their arm, on their back, on their leg, on their face, it is somewhere on them. as they are frozen in place from whatever fate befell them, had befallen them many, many years ago. Cecily, as you tune in to the wind, to the storm, to the magic of primordial elements, you can feel this area is unnatural. There is some type of creature, some type of entity, some type of person that has almost permanently affected the weather, the elemental nature of this place, where even within the halls, snow falls from the ceiling. That biting cold still grasps at your bones. And Cecily, you can feel it begin to get stronger. That's what you notice. That coldness is getting more intense the longer you're here.
She would just say, without feeling the need to explain much anymore, just kind of take a deep breath. Something's coming.
And
She'll
Jack's just
remain.
getting ready.
Yeah, she'll remain with a ready spell.
Also,
The-
pop another detect thoughts.
Okay. Detect thoughts. No pings. Initially.
Hey, this thing doesn't think. Good for us. Just kidding. But the throne in the hollowed, in the negative hollowed space that Suni had mentioned, can Bianca go over to the throne and maybe if there's like old candlesticks or whatever that are nearby on the, I don't know how frequently thrones have candlesticks next to them, but she would like maybe lighting it with her holy flame could maybe affect something.
Real quick, Bianca, as you step within the 60-foot radius, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh. This is a big room. I thought we were all within 60 feet of that throne. All right, charisma. Where are you? Oh no, +0. Oh, a cute little 7.
Lucky number.
I don't
Wish
think
it
it
was
is.
17. That would have been more lucky.
Not in Vegas, baby.
Am I gonna be frozen?
No.
Put inside of a box, frozen.
Inside a box. Not the box.
Remember the Anvil fight?
Yeah, I know. My box of shame.
Well, we laugh now because we know it's going to be bad.
Bianca,
Yes,
as you step within the radius, you can feel this piercing cold shock through your body. Immediately, the wind around you, you are hypersensitive to. The faintest breeze that whips across your face, you feel like it lacerates your skin, as if you're bleeding as you go to touch it, but there's no blood. As you stepped within 60 feet, you failed that saving throw. Bianca, until the curse is dispelled, you have vulnerability to cold damage.
That's really bad.
Oh,
And
Yeah, we're in
as
a
soon
snow
as you
place.
step within that, two things happen simultaneously. You feel that feeling, you have that resistance, you are cursed. And then a voice echoes out in your head. You have made a grand mistake by coming here, granddaughter. I thought you were smarter than this. Hopefully your soldiers will look at you the same way after I'm done with them. And at that point, as Bianca, you step foot in that circle, you hear that message, you look back to your party members, Ajax, Caracillus, Suni, Cecily, you can see all of those creatures, all of the frozen statues that had those glyphs written and inscribed into the ice. You can see them begin to glow and emanate with this bright blue color as all of them, in a singular instant, detonate.
Oh shit!
Thousands of ice shards fly across the room. Stone cracks and crumbles. Ice breaks and shatters. The wind carries bits and pieces of stone away from the keep as all of you feel yourself begin to free fall through the keep, ever downward.
Oh, my
As
God!
that happens,
Uh-huh.
all of you land in different areas between the still somehow assembled area of the keep. As all of you have landed in these places, you feel your body wrapped and in snow and ice, bits and pieces all over it. And this is not the vibe. That's like fighting Krampus. What the heck?
That'll hurt him.
So, as all of you land there, sort of gripping onto yourself, pieces of ice jammed into you, all of you will take damage.
Can
Actually,
it be bludgeoning instead of ice?
sadly, no.
Please. I know.
Okay, so I'm going to do them separately for the sake of Bianca. So, all of you will take, at least initially, oopsie. That's funny.
Who could that be?
I don't know. All of you will take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall.
Okay.
And then let me roll the cold damage, which is more.
No. You don't need to.
The rest of you will take 14 points of cold damage, but Bianca, you will take 28 points of cold damage.
I shall absorb elements.
Okay. As all of you land in different places, you can see that as all of you were separated in that area, now as you land into the arena, you are all separated as well. Bits and pieces of stone are barely holding on. Bianca, you can see that you just landed by the skin of your teeth as you actually grabbed onto a stone pathway, a bridge that had just barely crumbled. It has crumbled on both sides, and you were on an island as you climb and scatter onto it, shards of ice embedded into your stomach. All of you sort of look and see to the center of this room, there is this rip and tear, this breaking of ice in the center, as you can see Ivana Damaris,
Oh shit!
Frost Queen, emerge. You can see she wields this blade that has ice and snow drifting off of it, a shield that is as tall as her to her side, and a blazing, translucent blue amulet that emanates this dark and twisted cold magic. As we move to the fall.
Act 1, Scene 3.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Okay. So,
Jesus Christ.
all of you
wow.
are spread out.
Why is Keothi over there?
It took me way too long to fucking find out where Ajax was. He blends in.
Wait, where is Ajax?
Yeah, I know, right? He's like right here.
Oh, there! Oh my god!
So with
I'm
that,
over here, guys.
I would like all of you
Here.
to roll for initiative.
This is
Yeah,
really
Roll for Keothi,
I have advantage. Woo, please roll
And-
well.
Ivana.
No.
Imagine
I
rolling
didn't.
well.
getting my bad rolls out now. Hopefully.
I'm only bad rolls.
And then Suni,
Why
what
is
do you get?
Keothi over there?
Because she's unlucky.
Suni? Initiative?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just slow moving.
Woo!
Man, we
So-
rocked this.
To double check, those are the initiative numbers, aren't they? And Keothi rolled an 11.
Oh man.
Woo!
Wow.
Oh.
Ivana had the highest initiative, and she rolled a 14.
Oh my god.
In our defense,
I'm sorry, Ajax got there with advantage? What the fuck, man?
I only have a +1 in my initiative. Okay, leave me alone.
Oh my
after
god.
what happened in Buried Time, I never want to hear that from you again, Gemma.
But yeah. No. But like...
Okay, so let me do one thing here real quick. Do that. Very cool. Alrighty. So, as it is Ivana's turn up first, she is going to go in just a second, but I desperately need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Strategize.
Okay. Cool.
Ajax
but
is
same
jumping
Larsa.
right at Ivana.
I have to say really quickly, my cat is potentially, like, has found a mouse. I need to go try to take care of this really quickly. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking, does Keothi have remove curse? Let me look up. Because I feel like Bianca would know that cold damage is really affecting her.
Can't
It
click
won't let me
on
open her
Keothi.
character sheet.
Yeah, what the hell? This is bullshit. We got nerfed.
I would also like to, because I have no ranged weapons anymore. I can probably like shadow slide over to Keo, start there.
Yo, you wanna fucking melee tag team this bitch?
Yeah, I was thinking we could flank her. If you want to get to her first, I can get my curse removed,
Wait.
hopefully.
Wait.
And then fuck her.
Wait, okay. What was some of our little wombo combos? Did we even go over that?
I don't know if we did.
Shit. Mark, what are our wombo combos?
Well, Hideout, I do not have the spell for yet, but Ride Time and Spark Bomb are a go.
Alright, I'm gonna look at.
Okay.
Don't
Right.
listen, Joe. Get out of here.
I'm glad I came back to that. That's awesome.
Hey Joe, we can't open Keothi's character sheet to see what spell she has.
Oh, you can't? Okay, let me
I don't
change
know
that real quick.
why.
It might be because of Founders being a bitch,
City
honestly.
Hideout. Okay.
It does happen.
NPCs, Keothi,
I mean, I
configure
can
ownership,
Oh, you can?
owner.
Yeah.
That's
Let
good
me
for you.
let me do this. Let me-
There's no remove curse though. I know that's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
It does have banishment though, that's fun.
Suni, I know you're looking for a mouse, but does Suni have remove curse? Does anyone have that spell? There.
Suni can remove curse if he lays on hands enough, right? Or is
I
that
don't think
disease?
That's curses.
That's
I think it's,
disease.
yeah.
It's disease.
It's statuses basically.
But what if he, pours all 40? Does that remove the curse?
Oh.
I would accept all 40, but
If Suni could get to her.
well, she can get to hip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because right now
Bianca
you've got about a
can
30-foot gap between you and Suni and a 5-foot gap between you and Cess.
Yeah, I got shadow slide in my wangs, so I can do it.
Your wangs?
My wangs. But I don't know if I can get my curse removed because I assume Gemma, you would have said something if you had it by now. So.
No, I haven't looked to see if it's even a spell I can have. I can
Right.
have bestow, but I can't remove it.
Rough for me.
So if you give me a long rest, I could give you another one.
Okay. All right.
Double curses.
Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Ivana Damaris is up first.
That's cool.
She is going to. I'm trying to see if she's going to use her. Yeah, she's just going to cast a spell right off the bat. So you can see that within the amulet, it seems as though that is where the majority of the magic is being withheld. You can see these discs of ice rotate around her, enhancing her defense. The amulet begins to crackle with this pale blue energy as it channels into the sword. As she flings the sword down, you can see bolts of lightning shed off of the blade and impact with Keothi, and then jump from Keothi to Bianca, and then Bianca to Cecily. As right out of the gate,
That's
she is
not
going to cast Chain Lightning.
My shit.
So I need Keothi, Bianca, and Cecily to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Are you running Keothi this combat, or do you want us to?
No, you guys can.
Okay. I still can't open her character sheet, so Gemma, can you roll for her?
I can. What am I doing? Dex save?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know where Bianca's dexing to without killing herself, but she
I
got
should
a
be rolling.
23.
Keothi, I'm gonna get this girl killed again.
Nah.
Bianca.
What?
Okay, maybe never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Alrighty. So right off the bat, we have Cecily. That is just barely a success.
Oh my god.
So Bianca and Cecily will succeed and only take 20 points of lightning damage. Keothi will take 40 points of lightning damage from chain lightning.
Keothi's dead. She's gone. Again.
That's not true.
Shit, what the... Actually, wait, I can just my own ship, see what she's actually at. Oh, she's
Oh,
full damage as
I
well,
have
right?
potions.
She did, yeah.
Oh, thank God
Oh.
I have potions.
Okay, all right. That is the end of Ivana's turn. She is not going to move. Simply, I think that what she is going to say is all of you sort of lay there catching your breath. She's just going to say, "How many soldiers did you bring into this keep? And how many lie dead now because of your choices? In fact, I think some of them lie dead underneath your very feet right now." As you can see, as you fall in maybe 5 or 6 stories in that time, you're not sure if they are or maybe if the ice just broke, but in some of the stories beneath you, you can see armor and weapons that would look like some of the soldiers you brought with you. But that's the end of Ivana's turn. She's not going to move at all. She has all the brazen confidence in the world. Carousel, it's your turn.
Could I use Hellish Rebuke as a reaction since she did attack me? Or does it have to be in melee?
No, I think it's any attack as long as she's within 60 feet of you. And she is.
Okay, I would like to use that now. Because it's fire damage. Yeah. That was a good roll, 28! Nice.
Okay. 28 points of fire damage. Okay. So 28 points of fire damage. You can see the bolt of energy. It ricochets off the lightning and shoots back into one of the shields. You can see as she takes that fire damage, there is a part of one of the shields that is rotating around her that breaks and dissolves away, seemingly making it easier to hit her. So,
Nice.
she takes the damage, but we move on to Caracella's turn.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I am going to antibiotic. Oh. Just, you know. Till we're all dead, I don't think you should be so confident in your actions. And we'll immediately follow it with a Psychic Lance.
Okay.
Which is an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, intelligence saving throw. Saving throw. Normal. Oh, good. It's, yeah, put the spell in there. Okay.
Does it have the whole thing?
So, and then this spell is incapacitated to the start of your next turn. Yeah, so she will use a legendary resistance to succeed instead of fail. Yeah, she would have failed with a 16. She's going to choose to succeed instead. So that's still half damage, right?
No. Yes.
Okay. 14 points of damage.
No, I was anticipating that, but I'm like, yeah, may as well get it off, and at least this
yeah.
way, like, removes the resistance for other people to do saving throw shit.
Yeah. exactly. Okay, anything else, Carousel? You want to move at all?
She's not.
Okay. Let me check. Yeah. She is going to use one of her legendary actions to attack. Actually, this one is 2 legendary actions because it is a ranged attack. So you can see that as she sort of wields the sword, you can see before the bolt of lightning had shot off of it. Carasilla, as you just shot her with that psychic lance, you can see the sword point towards you, and this blade of ice begins to form around it and just fires off the sword in your direction. This spear of ice moving towards you. That is a 25 to hit. And that is going to be 28 points of damage. And 15 of that is cold.
No matter to me. It's all the same.
Okay, yeah. Alrighty. Change that. Okay, cool. Alrighty. With that, Ajax, it's your turn.
Okay. Bonus action. Rage.
Nice. Good call.
I am going to. If I hold my attack action, do I get both of my attacks when they go off, or is it just the one?
I think it's both.
I think
Okay.
I think so. Right, you hold the attack action.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, I think it would
Okay.
be both.
Okay, cool. So bonus action, raged. Ajax is going to look over to Cecily, nod his head, and hold his action to attack.
we have a plan.
Okay.
There's a plan.
All right.
Trust the process.
Sure, sounds good. All right, Ajax, you hold your action. It is now Keothi's turn. Keothi.
I will say, because we're running Keothi, right?
Yeah.
Again, I can't open her character sheet, but I do have 3 greater healing potions. I was planning on getting to her my next turn. I don't know where we want to move her for now, but I wanted to hand her a greater healing potion. Maybe even if we want to get it to her now, she could try throwing it.
Can Keothi try to jump across? Here? She's strong, right?
Okay, to
15.
me it looks like this platform is higher than this platform, but maybe I'm
Yes.
incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
And I will say that because this will affect things, while within the aura, right, the white-blue aura that is around Ivana, it counts as difficult terrain as your movement speed is halved.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Can she
I've
go
also-
down this staircase?
Just so people are aware, Kira currently has 39 hit points. And so I personally don't think she should be heading straight in there like that, because that feels like she's immediately going to go down. And
Straight in
also,
where?
like, with her... What, sorry?
Straight in where?
Like, to where Ivana is.
Oh, she's not going that way.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that either.
No, we were trying to see if she could jump across here, but this is higher up.
Okay.
Can
I mean,
Because I was
Can
also
she
going
run
to say,
down
like,
the
she does have a lot of
staircase?
things to burn out legendary resistances as well. Because she does have banishment, but she's also got things like hold person,
Mm-hmm.
where it's
Yeah, I
just
think-
like, I feel like it could be worth getting rid of those resistances
Right.
now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think Cold Person and Sunbeam are both great options to
Oh
just
yeah,
for
Sunbeam
Yeah.
should be helpful too. So either one. And then I was, thinking maybe if she can step down these stairs as well, maybe get a little bit out of range. Maybe it's kind of almost half cover because she's lower too. I don't know how that would work. But then, Bianca's planning on getting in this area next turn and passing her a greater healing potion. I know she has healing spells, but you never know.
I mean, in all honesty, she's hasn't really got too much healing with her.
Okay.
The most she's really got is Healing Light, which is a bonus action, which I guess as it doesn't cast a spell, count as a spell, I think she should use that anyways, because it is 60 foot, probably on Bianca, because obviously with the resistance, well, not the resistance, the vulnerability, it's probably good to keep you well off.
Yeah, it's an ability, so she can use it every turn too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Great plan. I love it.
All right, so she moves down?
Yeah.
Right?
I
Okay.
think so.
All right.
And then are we using Sunbeam or hold person first?
I feel like she's just gonna resist either, so I don't know how much it matters.
Well, Sunbeam
mean-
does damage regardless, right?
Yeah, so maybe
Then
that, and
Sunbeam.
then save hold person for a possible.
Yeah, I assume that her modifier for saving on it, pretty sure it's like a Constitution or a Wisdom save. So I think Sunbeam can bring down the sun.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, so
Sounds
it's
good to
a
me.
16 con from Ivana then.
Okay, sounds good.
How's
Constitution.
that from here? How was it
16?
roll from the spells? Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a success.
Yeah.
But she does take half, I believe. Yeah. Does she count as undead?
Yes, she does.
Then she has disadvantage on saving throw.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, now you failed right here. Fail it.
Constitution. 16 you said?
Yeah.
That's still a success.
Fuck.
That's
damage
close.
not rolling?
It's
I don't
close.
understand.
You can hit damage over here.
Yeah, I'm clicking on the thing, it's not letting me. Oh
Oh.
shit, it wants me to place it. Oh, fuck that bullshit. Okay. I'm gonna place it up here so it's away from everything.
There's two.
Like it still don't have damage. What the fuck, man?
Oh,
What is
here,
it,
let me-
68? I'm just gonna manual roll it, 'cause fuck this shit.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I don't know why. Because, like, it has a little damage button, but it's, like, grayed out. Like, I can't select it.
Oh, that was an oof.
Yeah, it's me wrong.
Honestly, Gemma, I'm gonna let you re-roll that. I know that it's like, oh, it's the dice,
Peter.
but at this point, you know,
Peter
it's,
can't fail.
yeah, that was
Marginally better.
That was marginally better.
A passing grade.
Yep. Okay. All right. So she takes. That's radiant damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Close down the spell. Oh.
All right. She takes
Fine
22
action.
points of. Well, no, she takes 11.
Yeah.
Sorry. 11 points of damage because it is halved. Sounds good to me. All right. The radiant damage doesn't seem to have an effect like the fire damage did. Okay. All right. Anything else for Keothi?
Yeah, she will use her bonus action for the healing light for Bianca, and that's 2d8 plus 3.
Okay.
I feel like I shouldn't roll that, so Felicity.
She actually
Oh,
we
she,
roll twice and take the higher, but 2d8 plus 3.
yeah.
So I'll do the first one. I'll just add 3 later. 2d8. That's pretty good. That
Yep.
one's significantly worse.
Take
All
the
right,
16. There you go.
16. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's her.
Oh, she now Bianca's only injured. That's awesome.
Wow.
Nice.
Moving up in the world.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right. with
And I
that-
will just say as a note, the sunbeam will stay there because it's can stay for a minute. And but I feel like it's probably best to just keep that activated now.
All right. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Cool.
So let me go ahead and just. Whoop.
Yeah, so I think it's a thing where she could just like keep just pew-pewing it out because it still consumes an action for her to send out a new one, but yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. Cool. So with that, we move on to Suni.
Okay. So Uni is going to come down this way. How big of a jump is it to get down there?
Maybe a 10-foot drop.
But he's done easily enough.
Yeah, not enough for you to take damage,
Okay.
considering how dexterous
I
you are.
also Maggie is with us probably because I conjured her like last session or 2 sessions ago. So she'd probably be here. Just saying.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll jump down.
So are you currently mounted on her?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Sorry that I didn't say anything sooner. It just
No, that's
popped in my
okay.
head. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and just try to get close. Does anything happen the closer I get?
Yeah, this entire blue aura right here, it is difficult terrain as you get in there.
Okay, I heard you say that. Yes. Okay. Would I be able to get there with my mount? It's what, 60 feet? 5, 10.
Yeah, I think so.
Be like just cutting it close, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just get, if I can get within melee, I'll go ahead and take 2 attacks on her.
Okay, make your 2 attacks.
Okay.
Same, Joe.
And it just would not work for me. Jesus. Yucky. On that one.
Is that like 3 natural ones that we've rolled this session?
Yeah, I
between
think
all of
so.
us? That sucks.
Yeah, both those are gonna miss.
Nice.
Yeah. So you make the 2 wild slashes into it on the back of Maggie, and maybe it's just with the ice and wind that is currently swirling around you, it is restricting your freedom of movement. So you're not able to cut and slice with as much fluidity as you might like, and it's definitely restricting you. It's hindering you for sure. So anything else, Suni? No?
Nope.
All right. As you end your turn within that aura, you will take 10 points of cold damage just for being there. No saving throw. You just take the damage.
It's okay.
HP does a fine steed have? Is it just as much as like the animal?
Ooh, yeah.
Let me look.
Be a giant lizard, right?
Yeah.
That makes everything.
But they're cold-blooded, right?
I think that means the cold is worse for them. They
No,
need
no,
the
no,
warmth
no.
to stay alive. Okay, giant lizard. 19 hit points. Maggie's still
Nice.
kicking.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Badly injured, though.
Yeah, that's not great. Okay. You just said 10, right?
Yep, 10. Flat 10. Okay, all right. Anything else, Suni?
No, that's it.
All right, Bianca, it's your turn.
Yep. She's going to. Okay, so Keothi's a little bit further back than I think I was planning. Because she was gonna try and reach her over here because it's kind of on her way to things. But could she? I don't know how far the distance is between the 2 of them, but she wants to get Keothi a healing potion because she has 3 greater healing potions on her and wants to get Keothi one of them. We think we coordinate enough that she can drop it for Keothi to catch. I feel like we are, but
Yeah, you guys are heroes. You can catch something that's being dropped directly above you. You're not
amazing.
me, like you're
Same, I feel that. Okay.
you're upper humans. Like,
All right. Free action, interacting with object, pass to Keothi. Keothi
Boom.
now has
Keothi
1 greater healing potion.
fumbles a bit but catches it.
Great. I'm gonna remove it. So please, no one forget that we have it for her. Okay, cool. Removed. Then actual action. I'm gonna use a greater healing potion, and if I use it as an action, I get full healing. Right?
Yep, that's true.
Nice. How much is that? Yeah. 4d4 plus 4. So that's
it's 620. It's 20.
20.
Ooh.
20 huppa. Good job.
Okay.
Hell yeah, 20 huppa.
All right, delete that one. Boom. Now I have 1 left. Cool. And then so that's my action. My bonus action, Bianca's going to shadow slide down here because she's not in the aura of ice yet, right? Or is that
Correct.
just
You are
it?
no, you are just on the barrier.
Okay. Then I have another question. If someone were to be standing once they enter the aura in the sunbeam, would that maybe counteract some of the chilliness? Potentially. Pretty please.
Let me read Sunbeam.
Yeah, well, I think
When a creature
because I'm
enters
I think
the
it's like little
area.
pew-pews. Like she has to like
think,
keep doing it each turn.
Oh.
I think because it doesn't have like an entered thing. It's just a little.
Oh no, I feel like I see it on the map right now, and it's
I know,
casting it in
I
the sun.
see it, and sunlight is warm.
You know what I'll say?
Cool.
I'll say that Keothi is strong enough as a holy entity, you guys are level 11 after all, that she's maintaining it passively, and the flashes are bright. So if you are within the flash, you will take the damage. While you are within that beam, you will not take the cold damage from her end of turn. That won't remove your resistance or your immunity.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you won't take the cold damage at the end of the turn.
Cool. I accept. Beautiful.
Just-
That's all
I
I
accept
Maybe-
these
love.
terms.
Just remember when you end your turn, if Keothi doesn't move before she shoots the beam, she hits you.
Hey, but you're not vulnerable to sun, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll just be taking normal damage.
Terms and
Yeah.
conditions, I see. All right, that is fair. All right, gotcha. Understood. Aye, aye, Captain.
Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
Hey, you
All right,
want
that's my turn, though.
beer?
That's my whole action economy. We are not going in yet. I
Okay.
needed to know if I was gonna die, so there we go.
Some clarifications. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
Cecily, it is your turn, right?
All right, yeah. She nods back to Ajax, and I end my turn. That was the plan. No, we're gonna just
Wait,
the whole
what?
fight. Just like yeah, everyone's dying. So she is step 1 going to start just running over here. She's gonna eventually end up over here as she's doing her action and bonus action. While she's running though, action. I'm casting Bigby's hand. I'm casting it right underneath Ajax in a like just upward palm position. So he can step on it like a platform.
It's ride time.
And we'll look at each other and nod and both say ride time. And the hand is going to just flick him.
Like one of
And-
those pie games. That
Yeah.
just-
And it is going to throw Ajax basically the equivalent of its 60-foot movement speed. It's gonna flick him and then follow right behind him. So both Ajax will like land right here, or somewhere in the platform. Let me see with 60. Yeah, with 60 feet, Ajax, you can land anywhere in that platform you want. And then the hand is gonna follow right behind. And then Ajax will use his ready-to-attack action whilst the fist clenches and punches right behind him as a follow-up. So it'll be like spear, spear, fist.
Ride time.
Ride time.
All right, Ajax, go ahead and make your attacks with advantage.
Hell yeah.
You are a
Why?
torpedo.
Because it was cool.
All right. I'm down for it.
All right, yeah. Woo.
Natural 20 on the second one, baby.
Hell yeah.
And a 30 on the first.
Surprisingly, both of those are going to hit. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'd be very worried if you said they didn't.
Man, if an natural 20 didn't hit,
Okay.
why are
all right.
we here?
I'll just go ahead and roll.
You know what, Ivana, you're right. We should go home.
Oh my
We're done here.
36.
Okay, so that's
Yes.
that's not all Zealot Barbarian Rage bullshit, which is a D6 plus 4 Radiant. Okay, that doesn't happen on the second attack. Oh my god! I'm fucking rolling out of my mind right now. That's max damage. Okay, so 46 on the first. And now the
Okay.
critical. Watch this one be really shit. Not too bad. And then, so it's 1d12. Fuck, I keep losing my calculator. Okay, so it's 12 plus, I have with my spear, it is 3d6 of radiant damage. So 18 plus 7. So that is plus 27. So total on the second hit is 64 points of damage.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. All right. Okay. Cool. 64 points of damage. All right, there we go.
Is she like really tall right now?
Yeah, you can see that the ice is sort of building into her form, where you can see that she is much larger than, say, a medium-sized human.
Okay. So for flavor, Ajax comes down with the shield and hits the spear right into her shoulder and uses that to kind of fling himself down onto the ground, release the spear, and then stab her in the side.
Nice. Okay,
And the fist is just punching her very hard in the face.
Okay.
Not as much panache. It's just gonna hit her in the face. Alright, so that is a plus 8, which I will just go ahead and roll over here manually. Boop. I'm gonna use a point of luck on the fist hit, which means it will be worse. Hey, it's not worse. All right, 24 to hit.
A 24 just hits.
Okay,
Ivana's AC right now is 24.
I see how this works. Okay. So, okay. I'm glad you said that, Joe. All right, so, boom. There's that
28
big
points of
beast
damage.
hand dropping in there.
Okay.
Wha-bump.
Cool. 28 points of damage.
And then, all of that was our actions. Cecily, as she gets here and will kind of duck down between behind this pillar as much as she can, she is going to lay her arm, like tactical pistol grip. She's gonna like lay her arm on the pillar, and quickened spell as a bonus action is gonna shoot a firebolt.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Yep. I think I will do that.
You say her AZ is 24?
Yep. Right now.
Oh my.
That is a natural 20 on the fire.
Yeah.
That'll hit.
Hell yeah.
All those natural
Ooh.
ones are getting rid of right now. We're bringing it back.
All right. So it'd be 3d10 plus 30, yeah?
Yep.
Oh my god.
For a cantrip.
Oh my.
All right.
50 points of damage.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
fire damage.
That is the highest anybody's rolled on Firebolt
Yeah,
ever in the
nice
game.
Oh my god.
No one's done more than 20
Okay.
damage with Firebolt in D&D.
So with that, Cecily, as you shoot the firebolt, you can see it consumes many of the shields around her. One of them eventually cracks and breaks away, as now you can safely assume that dealing any amount of fire damage to her lowers her AC by 1.
Sweet. All right. That was ride time. And a firebolt.
And a firebolt. Yep.
Wombo.
We did it.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. So with that, Cecily, as we get to the end of your turn, Ivana is going to use her last legendary actions to make a melee strike against Ajax. You were the one who did the damage right there, so she's going to go ahead and attack you.
Sounds like that is very fair.
Okay, that is going to be a 31 to hit.
Just hits.
Oh, he does it, nah. And that will be... Nope, wrong one. Oopsie poopsie. So that's going to go ahead and be... What is halved is 4 slashing damage. No, sorry. Modifier. So 9 slashing damage reduced to 4.
Okay.
And then 29 points of necrotic and frost damage.
Wow.
Total or
Total.
Okay.
Total, yeah. 14
or
of necrotic,
51
15.
or whatever the fuck.
No.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
I'm
With bated breath, I am.
okay, never mind. I thought that Heaven's Breath because it was made and it gave me necrotic resistance. I do. Black Blade's protection. I have resistance to necrotic damage.
Okay, all right, cool. So you will add 7 hit points back.
So I'm just gonna remove 29 and then add 7 back because I can't do that math.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Alrighty. That is her last legendary action, but then it comes back up to the top of the turn with her. At the top of her turn, you can see the icy discs. Some of them begin to reform.
No.
As you can see, with each turn, she does regain 1 AC, so her AC does go back up to 24. Then, on top of that, you can see the cold embrace some of the wounds around her as she does recover a number of hit points.
Bro, I didn't use my maneuvers on my pack. I am so dumb. An extra D8 worth of damage on my crit.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
What the fuck? She's
Sorry.
fully healed?
Sorry, no. It's I hit the button wrong. I'm fixing it now.
I
Okay.
was about to dip.
Okay, there we go. Okay, all right, we're good now. We're good. Everything
We're
is as it
running,
should be.
bro.
Okay. Many apologies, my friends.
The panic.
She heals 150 HP every round.
Holy fuck! Man. What do you think? What are you thinking, Ivana?
She sees how powerful we are and runs.
No.
Okay.
No. She is going to look
She's
down
impressed.
towards you, Ajax,
Okay. Yeah.
and say,
If things worked out differently, you could have made a fantastic soldier in my army. Sadly, I'm afraid you're just not bright enough.
and she is going to use an 8th level spell slot to cast Maze.
What is that?
Ajax, I need you to make, oh, wait. Oh, shit, that's, no, fuck. There is no saving throw. Oh, man. I read the second part of the spell, not the first. You can see Ajax as if he was under a banishment spell, pop, fades away. Ajax, as you appear, you can see that you are in this massive labyrinth, as there is a wall behind you and intertwining paths in front of you. You can also hear the stomping of heavy hooved foots somewhere else in the labyrinth around you, as well as heavy breathing.
Oh no, I think
As
I
there
do
is
know what this spell does.
Some type of creature in this labyrinth demi-plane with you.
I was gonna say, do I feel like I'm on the same plane of existence anymore?
Nope.
Fuck!
So, at your turn, you can use your action to attempt to escape, and all you need to do is make an intelligence check.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I like to use my maneuver to,
I want to riposte.
to repel. Well,
So, with that, after Ajax pops and disappears, you hear her shout and say, I give you this opportunity. Leave this keep and my land now, and the rest of you can go free. You can live. Unless you wish to join the same fate as your companion. Dead, frozen, and an icy demiplane. Okay. That's Ivana's turn. She's not moving. Carasilla.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's like you don't know if she's deceiving you or not, because you.
Yeah, so I choose to run. No.
Sorry, guys.
She's
Is that a concentration spell? Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's worth just trying to do more damage to her or try and get resistances away. But I'm also, like, really not DPS, so...
No, you're good. I'm more asking for myself and things I might want to do. Is that a concentration spell, or would Bianca not know?
Yeah. So you can make a an Arcana check real quick.
Okay.
Any of you can, to see if you can recognize the type of magic that is.
I do not know what probably is a 12. Yeah. Woohoo.
Okay. Bianca with a 12 and Carasilla with a 10. The two of you familiar with what concentration on a spell looks like. You can see these strands of magic sort of curl around her, just vibrating off of her form. You can tell that she's concentrating on a spell.
Okay. Good to know. I have a blood curse for that.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
At least to help us with that.
Check something real quick if I can even find it. Okay, I found it. This is helping. Okay, yeah. Yeah, fuck it. So recognizing that
Can I got this? Surely. No? Okay. Recognizing that, just obviously, so it's not hitting Suni, I'm gonna cast Synaptic Static, which is a 20-foot radius, but obviously, away from him. And part of its little thinger is that. Going here. If she does fail, it will help against her. Yeah, it'll ruin her Constitution saves. Getting a little D6 off it.
Okay. Alrighty. DC 18 intelligence. Saving throw. That's going to be a failure, but she's going to use a legendary resistance to choose to succeed instead. She's only at 1 legendary resistance now, though. And she does not get those back at the top of every round. She gets them back after a long rest.
She does take damage, though, Jesus.
9. Oh,
3 of
my.
those were
3 of them were 2s. You didn't roll the average for. Oh wait, no, it's 8d6. Okay, I thought it was 8d8. I was like, oh my god.
Nah, but like, only 2 of those are good rolls out of 8 of them. Jesus.
Gemma, I'm half tempted to let you start using IRL dice to see if that improves your odds at all.
I think I'm just cursed, mate. I can't roll dice to save my life.
Yeah, you got the Will Wheaton curse. All right, anything else, Caracilla?
I mean, there's not really anything she'd do with a bonus action right now. I guess just give her more antibiotic. Fuck it, why not?
Okay. Oh, don't let me forget about those, because those are over any saving throw, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there were a couple times.
But it's just the immediate one, I believe.
Oh, it's on the next
one? The previous
one?
one was already used up.
Okay, got it.
So.
Okay, all right. Well, I will keep that in mind. Alrighty. Ajax, as we come to your turn, you are in this labyrinth-like demiplane. You can hear the stomping of hooved feet, the heavy breathing, corridors away. You begin seeking your way through it. I need you to make an intelligence check. Not a saving throw, just a check.
Yeah, yep. Let me just go ahead and do that real quick.
Okay, 11.
So 11.
Yep, you begin to search your way through the labyrinth, but sadly, you find no exit, and the stomping of the hooved feet is getting closer.
Question.
Yeah.
How tall? Well, this is part of the spell, isn't it? How tall are the walls?
Hundreds of feet.
Fuck!
It is
climbable?
No, they are smooth stone.
Fuck! Alright. I'm just gonna be over here in a labyrinth.
Alright, David.
Get it?
I just saw that your camera had changed. Wow.
Oh, I've been looking at it, so
That's such a perfect GIF. Oh my god. Cut to the exact frame. Oh, that's so good.
Alrighty. I suppose she will need to make a concentration check now that I think about that, actually, because she did take damage. I mean, unless she rolls a natural 1, it's a success. That was close. That was a 3, but still.
Antibardic?
Roll 1.
Antibardic. What's it, a D8?
that would be actually, yeah. No, it is a D10.
Ooh. What's it right now? What's her total? Oh, wait, don't tell me.
Yes.
Well, because, wait, is this from fucking the synaptic static damage?
For a concentration check, which is a constitution saving throw.
Still.
Yeah. It's on any damage, Gemma.
Oh, I think
Take
it goes
it.
up to 10 at least.
Okay, so with that, that does lower the total to 9. So she will fail the concentration check, but use her last legendary resistance.
Fuck, I'm still in a maze.
To succeed.
Yeah, but it's
However,
out of resistances, though.
out of resistances
That's great for
now.
us.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's true.
It's my entire goal is 2 turns.
That's true.
I'm already-
And she doesn't get them back again, right?
Nope. Not unless she
Yay.
leaves and rests.
Yes, you get actions back.
We should leave now or never resist again.
Okay.
We don't want her to
Resistance
leave
is
now,
futile.
guys.
At the-
concentrating.
At the
That's
end
true.
of Ajax's turn, she is going to. What's she gonna do? Actually, why does she do one of these things? Yeah. Bianca, she is going to look down towards you and say,
Granddaughter, will you leave or will you stay and die?
I'm not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
So be it.
and you can see from the amulet there is this wisping of energy that flies towards you as it impacts with your chest. You can feel this ice begin to grow and shift off of you, just like the encased statues that you saw before. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it.
Bro,
That was
yeah,
almost
please.
a natural 20. It's an unnatural 20. But man, it would have been
Fail.
super nice if it was a natural 20, huh?
That is a fail by 1.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Saving throw is 21 for her spells and abilities. So Bianca, the ice grows, and you become, let me zoom in here, restrained.
That's rough.
So your speed becomes 0. You can't benefit from any bonuses to your speed. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and attack rolls you try and do have disadvantage. You have disadvantage on all dexterity saving throws, and that is just for this turn. At the end of your turn, Bianca, you will take 8d8 cold damage.
Oh my fucking god.
And then at the end of your turn after that, you will have a chance to make another Constitution saving throw.
I'm not gonna get another turn.
If you fail that saving throw, you become petrified with ice. Okay.
Ooh.
Alrighty.
Well,
So with that, we move to Keothi.
So, Sunbeam to break concentration.
can
Um,
Keothi do anything to remove this
I
thing?
She has Dispel Magic.
Dispel magic could
Ooh.
work.
Oh, would it work? Cool.
It could, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they could.
It's probably gonna be a check or something.
Yeah, is she able to do a check to see if that would? I don't know what her arcane's at. Oh, she's got no modifier for it. +0. But yeah, is she able to, I guess, try and discern if the dispel would be enough?
Yeah, have Keothi make an Arcana check, which would just be intelligence. I don't know if she's proficient in it.
She has no bonus to it, but I don't want to roll that shit because it's important. So I want to roll d20.
So it's
I'm
just a
amazed.
straight D20.
Yeah, no modifier.
Alright, I can do it. Please yell at me if this is bad. I won't feel right if you don't.
Okay, alright, I got ready.
Oh my god.
The fuck?
I mean,
Why did you roll the dice?
It might not matter, because if it works, I still think it's probably worth trying, because I imagine with a 7, it's that thing of uncertainty.
Yeah, Keothi is not sure one way or the other.
I think she should just do it either way.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I guess the only thing is it's totally not a spell.
She doesn't have
a level
level
lower.
spells,
It's
right?
got shit with
Right?
it. She's what?
She doesn't have like levels to her spells, does she?
No, it's
No.
just one use of everything.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I
doesn't
still
spell.
think it's worth for her using.
Yeah.
No, it has like the thing where I imagine she has to roll for it, probably, if it does anything at all.
Okay, so since this ability with Dispel Magic has been caught at the beginning of it, not after the second phase, Dispel Magic does not need a check. It automatically succeeds. Bianca, you will not take the cold damage, and you are no longer restrained.
Ah!
Oh, thank God you didn't
God
die while I was
bless
in a
you.
maze.
That'd be funny.
Okay. Alrighty, good call.
Thank
and then
you.
bonus action Healy thingy, I guess.
Yeah. Can she do it to herself? There's nothing stipulating that she can't.
She can also take her greater healing potion.
That's still bonus action roll. Yeah, okay, actually, wait, but like, what's the thing for greater healing? 44?
44
Yeah,
plus
44 plus 4.
Is her healing light not better? Because then it's not using a resource, because it's just a bonus action she gets.
I mean, whichever. I
I think honestly it might be better to use healing light, just in case the potion needs to be used on something, you know?
Okay.
She can just spam the
Sounds
shit.
good to me.
I support.
Support this decision as well.
There you go. Not bad. Like, is there...
Okay, 11. Nice.
This is like half health.
Anything else from Keo? Okay, all right, Suni, it's your turn.
So, I'm about to cast a spell, and if my description of it's like too stupid, or not, stupid's not the right word. That was self-nibbly of me. If it doesn't make sense, you can stop me. It's just something that I've not used a spell before, and I thought it would be cool. So that being said, Suni is going to kind of grip onto both of his moonblades, and he will start to kind of like, he's getting a little more and more amped up and upset as the fight goes on, and he's going to cast Spirit Shroud on himself for the first time. Which says that I call forth the spirits of the dead. What I want to do, or what I kind of imagine it looking like, is that there's almost like this blur of Suni's past lives, like different looking Sunis, like kind of the aura of different weapons on top of his and different armors on top of his from like the different Sunis of the past. So like when he moves, it's kind of like this like weird mirage of like him and his past lives fighting together.
Fucking
Which,
Avatar, dude.
Yeah.
long story short, just gives me an extra D8 of radiant damage, I suppose.
Yeah,
and
dude,
a
that's
creature
fucking badass. Why'd you give
Oh,
the
yeah.
preamble? That's awesome. That's so
I didn't
cool.
know. I know it was super cool, and I knew that it sounded super cool, but I also was like, I don't know, that's kind of like a little ridiculous, but
Nah, it's
Anyway.
beautiful. It's perfect.
okay. So he'll go ahead and take 2 attacks. There's a couple of other things the spell does if it makes it that far.
Okay.
Oh, 2 attacks. Sorry, coming right up.
Serving it up. Serve it up.
Come on.
21, that's a miss.
Do that.
What could have been.
Oh, that's
Damn
bad.
it.
All right.
That's alright.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, Suni, you lash out, you try and make contact, but sadly it is just not enough to cut through the icy shields that orbit her. Anything else? Okay, sorry. So
It's
you,
okay.
okay.
Hey, your spell was cool as fuck. I
Yeah.
heard it while I
Yeah, it was
getting
really
serious.
dope.
Oh.
Spirit Shroud, man.
All right, Bianca, we move on to your turn. So luckily, you're no longer
Woohoo.
restrained. There's no threat of cold
Yeah.
damage at the end of your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Okay. Let me just see, because it's. I think once she steps in here, it's difficult terrain, right?
Yeah.
So...
You said if you're in the sunbeam.
Won't take
Yeah.
damage.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
won't take damage, but it's difficult. Is this first step of 5 feet difficult terrain, or is it just past here?
It's the first step.
Ah. Wait, that's 15 feet. I can get to her, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh. All right. We're going to first do a blood curse. Oh fuck. The blood curse of muddled mind. Bonus action, curse creatures within 30 feet of you that's concentrating a spell, a feature of concentration, obviously. The cursed target has disadvantage on the next con saving throw it makes to maintain concentration before the end of your turn. And you know what? I am going to amplify it. I know I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. So then it has... So it's all con saves made to maintain concentration until the end of my next turn. So
Okay. All right. Cool.
amplifying that... 5 could have been lower, but that's okay. I'm not gonna.
Could have been higher.
It could have been
Oop.
69. Nice. Okay.
Ayo.
All right. Now we're actually going to get up top, and we're gonna make some swings. We're gonna actually attack the bitch, but I'm in the sunbeam, so I'm toasty. All right. Please, Raven Queen. Oh my fucking god.
No.
20. Both of them missed.
Yep, both miss.
Sweet. All right. Well, now I'm here. In danger.
Alrighty.
Nice.
I'm in danger.
Bianca, at the end of your turn, she's going to use her last legendary action
Yeah.
to make a melee attack against you.
No, don't do it.
Bring it on.
Yeah, fuck you, Grandma. It's a 30 to hit.
Fuck you, Grandma. 30 would indeed hit. What's the damage? Okay.
Okay, sorry, that was a lot. Oh, you're fucking. Oh god,
Oh my god.
What's the word? Your immunity is really bad. Oh.
So it's ice
fuck.
damage that she's doing?
Not all
too?
of it.
Okay.
It's
It's alright.
You will
69. Am I down? Just tell me. You don't even have to tell me the number. Am I
take.
dead?
No, you're not. You're not down. You're not down. Let me just trying to.
I was ready. Just kill me.
So you'll take 18 points of slashing and necrotic damage, not individually, but together.
Okay.
You would have taken. So that's the 19 or the 18. Sorry. So you take the 18.
I did.
You would have taken 14 points of cold damage, but it is doubled to 28.
Okay.
You still up there?
I am. Not
Oh my god.
by a comfy amount.
God.
If she hits me again, I will most likely be dead.
Yeah, well, hopefully she's not going to get a turn. Oh shit, no, she has next turn.
All right, Cecily, it's your turn.
Alright.
We need fire damage.
Yeah.
Break
I'm
my
on it, guys.
concentration!
This last Cheerio's kind of running away from my spoon, but I'm on it. Alright. Cool. I got nutrients in my body. So,
Okay.
Fireball! And we're gonna put it up there somewhere so as not to hit my friends, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know. There-ish? So, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
I get you.
You can picture the circle. Yeah, it is just going to be like an immediate flash of just like a laser pointer thin line of orange I just like, and then as soon as it gets there, there's going to be that big concussive blast. And I'm going to cast it at 5th level, because I use spell points, asshat. So why not?
Yeah.
That's a dexterity save, DC 16, because I'm all bark and no bite. But hopefully she fails.
Dexterity?
Yeah, fireball, dexterity, DC 16.
That's a big old failure. No legendary resistance as she takes full damage.
Oh, fuck yeah, then. So initially 31, but I am going to use Empowered Spell to re-roll 4 of those.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I see a 1 and a 1 and a 2 and a 2 in there. Which means 31 minus 6 is 25, right? 25.
Okay.
And then we'll re-roll 4d6 plus 25. So now the total damage went all the way up to 46. 46 fire damage.
Okay.
Ooh.
Boom.
46 fire damage.
Concentration check.
Yep,
With
that's right.
disadvantage?
With disadvantage, so DC is 23.
Nice.
You know, fuck it, I'll roll this one public. That's fun. Saving throw, disadvantage. She got a plus 12. That's a 17. That's a failure on the concentration check. Ajax, sadly your turn has already passed. But
I'm back, baby.
You appear, you could have swore that you just saw not a Minotaur, but a Garistro rounding one of the corners heading towards you.
Am I frozen?
Yeah, you are. I just
you
thought
are.
you. I thought you were.
That maze.
I thought you
Yeah.
were
I think
were just
Streamlabs crashed. It's
frozen
okay,
in
I'm just
amazement at the idea of 1v1ing a Garistro.
Yeah.
gonna-
If anyone can do it, it's Ajax.
Yeah.
Alright. That was just my action. I have a bonus action.
Yeah, you do.
I still have a big boy's hand.
Okay.
So, what
Sure.
size classification is Ivana right now?
Large.
Okay, so I won't have advantage on this,
Okay.
but I will at least be a contested roll with the grasping hand. So I can grapple a creature within 5 feet of the hand. I use the hand strength score, which I believe is a +8. Yep. And if it's medium or smaller, I have advantage on the check, but that doesn't apply. I am literally just going to grapple Ivana, and if I successfully do so, I am gonna drop her somewhere.
That's cool.
That's my plan.
All
I just want to find the darkest spot of this map that looks like she would fall the furthest, and just.
Okay. Alrighty. So that was, like you said, a contested check, right?
Yeah, so I'll just do a d20 +8 here
Okay.
to represent the hand's strength score.
Woo.
Ooh.
All right.
7.
No beating that unless she rolls a natural 20.
All right.
That is not a natural 20.
All right. Now,
I realized I have a. I thought I had.
Now- it occurs to me in this moment, actually, I said the farthest spot, but it occurs to me, and I think it would occur to Cecily, that a lot of casters have Fly, or Misty Step, or Dimension Door, or other things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I will actually want to pick a spot where she would hit the ground this turn, and not just appear again. Because, I don't know, I guess it's 50-50 whether or not she has something like that, but most casters have something.
We also are hoping that some of our soldiers down there aren't dead, and it'd be terrible to throw her down there.
That's a really good point. Meek and loyal queen of the nation. That's a really good. Yeah, okay. Well, as your master builder, I'll chuck her somewhere else, I guess. But yeah,
to the wall.
I would love for her to
I mean-
drop her somewhere where she will hit the ground this turn and take as much fall damage as possible.
Yeah. Okay. We could
Can
say.
Cecily find that spot in 3 seconds? Just-
Yeah. From Cecily's point of view, maybe like right here. It's like a 15,
Okay.
20-foot drop. So she'd
Alright,
take
cool.
the 2d6 damage.
I'll just, well, that's not awesome.
You're moving her away.
Yeah, I'm getting her off the shit at least.
Wait, why is Sunny over there? Huh?
Why is he?
What's going on right here?
That's probably another 20, 25-foot drop.
Okay. I don't know, team. I don't want to throw her out of range of people, but
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna say, I feel like it's probably not a good idea to get her out of reach of us as well.
If she's grappled, can't
You
she
could-
like not attack?
You. Oh well,
She
never
just
mind.
can't move.
Her turn is next. Never mind.
Well, she could still attack, but like if she's grappled, that would help people out in melee though.
yeah.
Yeah, you could move her back so that she can't hit next turn, and then we can just move forward.
She might just hold an attack, but
That's
Yeah.
true.
a
Actually,
grappled
moving
creature.
her briefly away from people though, I mean, I've got a thing that would help with her frost shit if you are able to do that, so it's not like, so she's not on top of people.
Yeah, that works too. Okay. I think I will use the hand to just slam her down here for now. I think that's what I'll do. And then she takes a little bit of damage, and she's also out of the cluster in the center and is still in range of everybody to be targeted and
Can you
And all
ping
that
that
stuff.
again?
down here.
Wait,
Okay.
people still able to get to her down there though?
I mean, we'd have to jump down.
Do we want people
I-
jumping down there?
I think
I
it's better to
thought-
throw her down there. It's her turn next. She's gonna move.
She's
She will.
restrained.
She's grappled, right?
Yeah.
She'll probably try to break it and/or just teleport
Breaking
somewhere.
it takes her action as well, and most teleports
Yeah.
do as well.
That's true. That's true. It does heat up her action. That's fair. Okay. Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. So she is moved there. Are you you're pulling her there, grappling her, or are you dropping her?
I think it's more beneficial to keep her grappled, so she has to fuck with that.
Okay. Alrighty.
As cool as it would have been to just drop her down 50 flights of stairs, I think she would just come back.
Okay. So, with that, Cecily, move to the end of your turn and back up to the top of the turn order to Ivana. Ivana is going to use her bonus action
Misses him.
to cast Misty Step,
And
moving
Oh,
30
oh.
feet this direction.
uh-oh.
Oh.
Fair.
Well, didn't see that one coming.
I did. Come at me.
Oh.
uh,
Oh.
She cast kill.
Not power work kill, just kill.
It's just kill. Like the Steve Harvey clip. Anyone know what I'm talking about, or
Nope.
are we just gonna let it hang?
No.
Alright, cool. It's an awesome clip. I'll find it.
okay.
You know what she's gonna do, actually?
No.
No.
God, this is such a bitch move.
I mean, you're the one doing it, so.
Bitch move for
I
bitch.
I
I mean,
know.
for real.
Give it to me.
I know. She's gonna use her last 6th level spell slot.
Cast maze.
Okay, yeah. Wait a second, sorry, I need to read the exact
She's injured.
flat surface man. 10 foot square pounds. 10. Oh my god, okay. How many is that? Fuck.
I don't know.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, honestly. Maybe it's too much. Maybe you should forget about it, you know?
Yeah, I
Is that
think
okay?
honestly this is a lot of work you have to do, Joe. You should just choose a
Okay.
different spell like Firebolt.
So 10 times 10 is 100, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cecily, what's your HP?
Less than 100.
Appearing right behind her, only leaving a small sliver of passable area, this massive wall of ice emerges behind her, blocking the rest of the party off from
Uh-oh.
Cecily.
Wait, how tall is the wall?
You're gonna need to give those dimensions, yeah.
The walls are 10-foot square panels. So that's not even accurate, actually. I realize that now. Let me delete that. Sorry.
So the two squares. Oh.
Yeah, uh-huh.
So then 20-foot tall walls then.
No, they're 10 foot tall, but they're also 10 feet wide.
Oh, okay.
And then 100 long if they're all next to each other.
Yep, which they are right there.
Boom.
Oh, like 2 panels. Yeah, okay, that way. Okay, I
Yeah.
see.
So each panel is contiguous with each one. AC of 12 with 30 hit points per 10-foot section. It's vulnerable to fire damage. As Ivana moves towards you, Cecily, she speaks and says,
The last thing your companions are going to remember about you is how loudly you screamed for help.
and that is the end of her turn as she begins to slowly move closer to you, Cecily. Carasilla, it's your turn. No
So I remember
sightlines
this
on.
fun little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I remember this fun little thing about Psychic Lance, that, you know, I can see it within range, or alternatively, I can utter a creature's name, and if the target is within range, it becomes the spell's target, even if I cannot see it.
Nice, nice.
So, you know, I need to see Ivana right now, so that is all fine and fucking dandy for me.
Nice.
And so... figure out what I'm doing for the rest of the time. Okay. I am going to then just call that bitch out, and she's gonna get Psychic Lanced
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
regardless. Actually, wait, hold on.
Wait.
Okay, first of all, actually, using my cloak and speed chip from that, I want to first be able to use Hellfire Dagger to, I think I'll be able to, if not I'll move up first, but I definitely will be in range, yeah. I do want to get on top of the wall. It's like 60 feet, so I guess we'll say like here-ish. So I can see the bitch.
Okay. You
Oh wait, no,
fling-
that wouldn't work. Actually, never mind, because I still need the extra bonus action. I don't have enough bonus actions. So I'll stay back here. Actually, fuck that.
You hold the dagger in your hand, you play it out in your head, it doesn't work, you stow it.
Fuck it. It's not gonna work.
Yeah. Okay. So then we'll instead just, without sight lines, which means without antibiotic, we'll try another Psychic Lance.
And fuck it, I'm gonna upcast it to 6th, because why not?
Oh my god. Okay.
Maybe it'll actually do some damage, we'll see. But we'll need a intelligence 18 from her.
Saving throw. Normal. Okay,
Ooh,
that's
a lot of fucking 6s.
That is a failure,
That
so
is
she will take the full damage. 39.
And she does not get any actions or reactions and cannot pass go.
Okay.
She doesn't collect $200.
That means no legendary actions either, and she needs to make a concentration check. See if she maintains Wall of Ice.
Yes, and she has
Shit, too.
disadvantage. She has disadvantage on it because it's
damage
still
roll.
Bianca's next turn. All concentration checks.
Okay, so she needs to roll a 19 or better in the spirit of fairness. Here you go. Disadvantage.
Coming right now. Boom.
14.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Caracilla coming in clutch there as the wall of ice falls behind her, breaking and cracking away.
Sick.
I
And I'm
imagine as the
sure-
wall drops, Caracilla just winks at her.
Bitch.
Takes a psychic damage to incapacitate. Yeah, she's incapacitated, so no legendary actions either.
Wow, shit.
Oh, this is what those previous
Let's
2 turns
get
are
her.
Parasol, less blocking. Go, dude.
for. Yes. Actually,
So
That's
that
really
doesn't
funny,
mean advantage or disadvantage on attacks. She just can't take attacks, actions, or reactions. She can still move. Yeah, but that's about it.
E.
Alrighty. Anything else?
Why am I dumb?
You're not dumb. You did a really smart thing.
I'm just looking at the shit, because, like, one of her daggers has heals, and I forgot about that for a hot second, but now I cannot find which fucking one. It has to be. Yeah, because that's
Yeah,
the
you
girthy
have
one,
one.
and then that's the... Why can I not find it? Why... Oh, okay, lol, it's at the bottom there, that's why. So, funny thing, I will actually, do dagger shit. And I wanna be able to pull myself, over onto this platform, and I'll just go here. And, get some healing to Bianca with the other one.
Thank you.
It ain't much, but yeah, and she gets the better of the 2, I guess, so
Yeah.
it'll be... Oh, sick,
Hey.
okay. She gets 5 HP.
Thank you.
Nice.
Blah, blah, blah. That's me done.
Okay. Alrighty. Moving on. Ajax.
Alright, this next question is going to determine what the hell I'm doing. Can I jump this?
We'll say because the hand's there. Yeah, you can use the hand. Jump off the hand.
Fuck yeah, that is sick. Ajax is going to jump off the hand using his 45 feet of movement. Get right up to Ivana,
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to say, "No one as dark as you can take out my light. Also, that was very rude what you did."
and he's going to just fucking stab the shit out of her.
Hell yeah.
You know, it's kind of oofy because she's a drow.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah,
Reckless?
Ajax has
8
that
years
thought
from
as
now?
as he stabs in. He's like, "Ooh, that was kind of racist."
8 years from now, Ajax is canceled.
Okay, so I did
The height of
reckless
his
attack.
career.
Yeah. So that's
30 to
all
hit on the
attacks
first
till
one.
your next turn have advantage against you?
No, it's just the first. It says when you make your first attack on your turn.
No, I meant for enemy attacks against you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All attacks are with advantage. So that's the first one. Please, don't fail me.
25 hits?
hit?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So let me roll damage for the 2 of those. Hold on. Plus my zealot, which is 1d6 plus 4. Ooh. I'm also going to use my never mind. I don't need to use those yet.
Cool.
So the first that was the first attack. Second attack. Ooh, I'm not rolling as good. 19, and then I'm going to second wind.
Okay.
D3 or D10 plus 3. And now I'm going to action surge.
Nice.
2 more attacks. Reckless, because it's a new action.
Okay, 20 misses. Well,
Okay,
reckless.
please.
26 hits.
Okay, first one. Oh, that one's gonna miss. Okay, so that's going to be this plus the zealot 6 and 4. So what's 18 plus 7? 25 on that.
Yep.
And got my thing. Yeah, I'll do a goading attack. So I'll add a superiority dice to that, which is D8. 7 more points of damage, and she needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, did I roll my...
Okay, that is a success.
Okay. Well, I got my superiority dice off.
Okay.
Which one of these is my second win? Or did I even roll it?
You did.
Oh,
It
it's
was
6.
Way up there.
Second win sucks. I think that is Ajax's turn.
Okay, Ajax, you take 10 points of cold damage as you end your turn within her aura.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, did you take into account the difficult terrain
Oh, does it start right here?
with her aura? Yeah.
I did not. That would be... no. So I think it was 45 to move the whole movement, so I would have had to... dash. Okay. So just remove that last attack.
Okay.
So I would have still action surged to attack her.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. That is a healthy compromise.
Yeah.
Plus 7. And that means you can add that superiority die back too.
Okay.
Okay.
Does the superiority... would that just not hit with one of my other attacks?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Minus 7. Okay. All right. Cool. Sweet. All right. You take the 10 points of damage, and we move on to Keothi.
I think for her, it's probably best just to sunbeam again.
I would agree.
That sounds good.
So it's a con save, I believe? Yeah, con save, DC 16.
Which she has Wait. Muddled Mind might be only saves to spells, not all Constitution saving throws. Let me double check.
I'd imagine so.
To maintain concentration, yeah. So I was like, ooh, more disadvantage. Also, where is the sun? Okay, I was like, where's the sun being pointed, just so I know where Bianca could potentially stay.
Okay. Alrighty. Go ahead and roll the damage.
People happy for me to just do that? Did
Okay.
she fail? This is
Uh,
an important question.
DC. What was the DC?
16.
No, she succeeded.
Okay, that's sad.
So 13 points of
If she
radiant.
does fail, she
Well,
gets
doesn't she
blinded,
have
so-
disadvantage because she's undead?
Oh, yeah, she does.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Constitution.
trying out here.
Normal. That is still a success.
That's rude.
Constitution
That's okay.
is one thing she's got.
Oh,
Air.
Boy.
and yeah, okay, 6 feet. So I think also then just more healing light towards Bianca because she's not great.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. Is she moving at all?
Kyo, I feel like Kyo's good there, honestly. Unless we think she needs to get closer for any reason, but
Honestly, the clump of 3 already worries me a little bit for like an area of effect spell, so I think she's fine down there.
Well, she also doesn't have any actions this turn as well, and I plan on keeping it that way, so...
cool. How much was the...
It's 2d8 plus... blah, 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 3.
3d8 plus 3, so I'll roll it. Then I take the higher. Man, that is... Okay, much better. Plus 3. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then it's Suni's turn.
So Suni is going to ride with Maggie as far as he can with her, so 60 feet. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, this laptop is my bane of existence. Okay. So to get to as far onto like little steps over here as possible, and then Suni is going to bonus action Misty Step into the section of the sunbeam. If that's possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
So I'm gonna. Oh, that's my measuring tool. Maggie, I guess, would actually. I don't know if Maggie would come with me on a Misty Step.
No, I think it's just you.
Yeah, I didn't figure so. So Maggie would be on top of this dead body.
Okay.
Okay. And so as soon as he like Misty Steps, he's like, you know, in like the horse riding position, like in the air. He's just gonna like go ahead and like bring both swords down as he comes down to his feet.
Nice.
Over. Hopefully these attacks hit.
Nice. Oh my god, nice.
There we go.
Hell yeah on that.
It all pays off in the end.
Oh, I didn't mean to. That's fine, I guess. But I'll keep doing that. Okay. Well, that one didn't.
That one doesn't hit.
But I'm gonna go ahead and third level smite on that.
Yeah, you are.
Undead. Does it triple that, or is it just one more?
It's just one more. So it's 4d8
Oh.
plus.
So 48 plus 2d8 is 6d8 plus 1d8. Oh god, I'm. Oh fuck.
Because the sword is already doing. It looks like it's doing the. Oh, that's just the rate. Oh, so yeah, you have your radiant. So it's 4d8 for a third level smite, right? Since she's undead.
Yes.
Okay.
On top of 2d8, which is
From-
the regular smite. Right?
No, it's
Oh,
just.
I'm sorry. It would be 48. It's too. I'm sorry. I'm my brain. It's too late for me.
No,
My
you're
brain.
good. I'm trying to. So smite at first level is 2d8.
Two.
So she's
And then
undead.
I
It's
add-
3d8. So it's
Then I'm
5d8.
casting it at first, so 5d8. 1d8 from the Moonblade.
That's already added.
Okay. 1d8 from the Spirit Shroud.
6.
And 1d8 from Improved Divine Smite.
7. So 7
Base
times 8.
56.
So 56
damage.
plus 76.
78, yeah.
78, sorry. 56 plus.
plus 78.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
5.
56.
So 97 points of damage.
Woo! Holy shit.
Oh, plus your modifier, right?
Yeah.
That's 5.
So
Plus 5, you said?
102.
Yeah.
102 points.
There we go. All right.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You had one hit and it mattered. You really made it count as you bring the sword down. It crashes into the armor. You can see it pierces through those plates. The divine energy discharges, and she's looking pretty hurt. Okay, anything else, Suni?
Yep. That's it.
Okay, you take 10 points of cold damage just being in her aura.
Why not from being in the sunbeam?
Oh, that's right. You are in the sunbeam, so yeah. All right. No damage. Alrighty. Bianca, it's your turn.
Yeah. She is going to I know she can move. We probably won't even make it to her turn though. I think. I hope.
She can get a turn.
Right. What Bianca's gonna do is 30 feet. Okay. She's going to get up. Can move her movement onto the hand. And then is she in 30 feet? Yeah. Yeah, she'll just be on the hand here. For me. And she's going to do Blood Curse of Binding. Just to keep her from moving, but knowing we need to use a certain spell on her, she won't go up to attack. But we just want to make sure that she can't slip away.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just doing Blood Curse of Binding. So I think, I don't know if I need to amplify it. I don't know why I clicked away from it when that's what I wanted to do. Cannot take reactions till the end of my next turn. Okay. Okay, yeah, we don't need to amplify it. Just a strength saving throw, DC 16, for her. But yeah, Bianca's going to, and it'll just reduce her speed to 0. I know she already can't take reactions, but at least she can't walk away.
She did succeed the saving throw, sadly.
That sucks. I'll stand on the hand, because I don't want to kill her.
I'll
I mean, I
keep
do,
it on.
but I don't.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, we move on to Cecily's turn. Now, Cecily, just so you're aware, you are within melee distance of her.
Okay. Does that affect anything with Balefire? Remind me. I don't know if it does.
I mean, it would have to be your melee distance, right? Like, it'd have to be 5 feet. Like, I don't think it would matter if it's hers.
Well, I think because with Balefire, you do not need to make a spell attack.
No. And the range is 60 feet, so I don't really need to...
So that does not affect anything then.
Okay, so I don't have to leave her range or anything. I'm good. And
Nope,
even if I did, she would have a reaction, so... Okay. Alright. Cool. So, Cecily's gonna step into the Sunbeam. I'm gonna use the 60 feet of movement on my hand to just bring Bianca up here.
Nice.
So that you can, just floating on the hand, watch. And Cecily will look to you, Bianca, and you'll see her readying the spell in her hand. And she will give you a nod. And unless you want to say or do anything, she'll just go ahead with it.
I think Bianca will just say, you were so worried about me, you didn't even think about my ally. And then she'll give Cecily a nod.
And Cecily will just kind of shrug, as if none of Ivana's threats or power bothered her at all, and say, well, you're the queen. And she'll cast Balefire.
Okay. You cast Balefire? All right, she takes 40 points of radiant damage. She's still standing.
Oh, that's good.
Because when you
What?
think about it, right, you guys get a notification at near death at a percentage, not at a number. So near death for her is a percentage of a fairly large pool.
Don't worry. Ajax has got beyond it. Has got Balefire. Doesn't Carousilla have it now?
Wow.
Yeah. What if we just
Okay.
want triple
This
threat?
is
Let's just
so
fucking wear
funny.
a chain.
Okay, so
We'll
Cecily
get
will
there
cast
eventually.
it and just. Are you shitting me? And her hand is burning, and that's the end of her turn.
Yep, Cecily, you will take, 15 points of radiant damage as you cast Balefire.
So there's that, and then I'll take 10 from the cold too, yeah? Or no, I went to the ray.
You did go into the ray, yep. All right,
Yeah,
it is
there.
Ivana's turn.
Well, she can't move.
No, she can move.
Oh, right. That failed.
Run, bitch.
She does have her legendary actions back, though.
But she can't take actions.
Correct. I'm aware. I was just stating that she does. However, at the top of her turn, her AC does go up again by 1, since she took no fire damage last turn. And she still does recover those hit points.
Oh.
Okay.
It's okay, I'll be fine.
Alrighty.
Also, there's 2 Biancas, and I don't know which one's me.
Well, I think you need to refresh, because there's only one on my screen.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Crazy.
All right, Carousel, it's your turn.
See, part of me kind of wants to.
Oh wait. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Off.
But in Spirit Shroud, it says if I hit them with an attack, they can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Oh, sick.
Yo,
Well, then sexy, we love it.
holy shit, yo,
Look at all
what?
these features coming out during one specific battle.
It's awesome.
Also,
Yeah.
Oh,
I can
okay.
pick any creature within my range or within 10 feet of me and reduce its speed by 10, but I don't think that's going to help us in this situation. That's the other part of the spell.
Damn.
Go ahead.
Okay. Alrighty.
We're back in it, baby.
Sounds good. Cool.
So she's still at something low.
I am just going to trust that it is low enough that one of these balefires is going to work, because I worry about psychic lancing her and her only having like 20 HP left. That'd be really fucking awkward, even though I can't roll.
Yeah, I mean, 3
So-
balefires equals 120 HP. That's gotta be.
One of them.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I can
One
do
of
it
them's going
twice,
off.
so
Oh,
there you go.
I have 2 charges, 2 attacks.
Yeah, I think because it's 60 foot range, right? And where is she? Yeah, she's close. And so I guess standing over on my little platform that I'm now alone with,
I'm all alone.
I'm all alone. Yeah, we'll just kind of like quickly mutter under our breath and hopes this works. And cast Balefire for the first time. Woo.
Okay. Carousel, you cast Balefire. That rod of white-hot iron shoots out of the palm of your hand, impaling into Ivana. She takes 40 points of damage. She is still standing, though.
Oh my god, this is funny.
Carousel, you take 15 points of radiant damage.
Oh my god.
my God.
However, Carousella, at the start of your turn, she is no longer incapacitated, and she is going to take a legendary action at the end of your turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
Did you have a bonus action to heal yourself at all?
I mean, I guess I could with the that's what I was honestly just looking at for shit. I was just gonna. Did you check if it was at the start of my turn or if it's at the end of my turn that the psychic lancing stops?
It is at the start of your turn.
Okay, cool.
I made sure to double check that.
Funny.
Incapacitated until the start of your next turn.
Yeah. I do still have my bonus,
You do?
so I guess it would only make sense. Because she's currently worse off herself to give herself that little bit of healing.
She can't heal until
Plus your
Suni's
extra
turn,
damage.
right?
No, heal me.
Oh, you're
Um,
talking about you. Sorry.
I'm also just considering if it's worth trying to at least hit her with a dagger. But I don't want to get her down with that shit and
No.
risk it.
It's-
But
No.
this bitch ain't dying, you know?
Yeah, but what if she's at 3?
I'm not roll? Why is this not
Hit her
roll?
with a knife and she goes, man, and then.
So that's
Yeah.
fun. I'm not allowed to roll
Wait, but-
d4s apparently.
Wait.
Do that shit on
But,
video
like-
game.
If she dies and her body's still here and we balefire her body, does that not work?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it has
alright.
to be the thing that kills them.
Okay. Alright.
That's fine.
Just making sure.
She has her actions. Oh, I probably should have psychic lens. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because what Balefire does is it burns the soul, right? It has nothing
Okay.
to do with the physical. That's the whole thing with the Dark One, right? Is the physical form is just a vessel. You need to burn away the darkness that's within.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Should have lanced it. Should have lanced it.
Anything else,
No, you're good.
Carousel?
You couldn't have known. We couldn't have known.
I mean, oh shit, actually, yeah, fuck it, why not? Seeing that doesn't work, she's hurt, and she's aware that the psychic lance would end because it's her shit. Use more cloak bullshit to just get herself to more safety. Because she's no help to anyone if she's dead. And can okay, so this is like 35 feet away. How high is it? Can I get up here 5-6 foot movement?
Sure.
Yep, cool. I'll go up here. Whee! Yeah. Just to get that further distance away from her. And I guess hopefully get out of the line of sight, like get a bit of cover because it is above. Is it above? I don't know. It's above
It
here,
looks
but
like
that's
it's
also above, right? Both of these things are above, so I don't know where they are relative to each other. Am I still above her, Havana? Or are these like matched? Oh, it's totally matched because there's like, oh no, but then that's downstairs. So yeah, I'd still be above her, right? So that goes down to there, and then that goes further down. So
You're a little bit up, I think.
I want to give myself a little bit of cover because I'm feeling very vulnerable right now. That's all.
Okay. So, what she is going to do is at the end of your turn, Carasilla, she is going to use her 2 of her legendary actions to use one of her abilities. Read it here. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. So what she is going to do is she's going to use 2 of her legendary actions to cast the, or to use the ability, or is that here? Frozen Shatter Step. So what all of you see happen is that as eventually her form comes back to her, she's no longer incapacitated. You can see she looks to all of you, the coursing white hot wounds within her chest and side from where the balefire hit. She looks to all of you and says, "More formidable than I thought. But good luck. Breaching the walls, clamoring through the city, and finding me unlike you. You will not be so lucky then." And with that, she will slam the sword into the ground. This is not a spell. This is just an ability. And you can see ice shards emerge around her. And just like the casing that began to form around you, Bianca, it encases her rapidly as this wall of ice forms around her. And as it shatters and breaks, all creatures within 60 feet need to make a dexterity saving throw. And as soon as the ice breaks, she is no longer there.
One of the weird things about when that aura finally went away, I was just like, whoa, it's a dark spot. No, it's not. It's just the same.
Jack's supposed to get +4 for being within 10 feet of me.
Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
32.
I don't know, Bianca, I don't think you're supposed
So I had a 16.
I probably am not.
Damn.
16. So Ajax would be a
You said
20
it's
then.
a 10-foot radius?
to know. Yeah, it's a
around?
10-foot radius.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually, it doesn't hit Ajax either. This
Oh,
is
never
the-
mind. Okay.
16.
And then
yeah.
Suni. Oh man, thanks for the raid. That's 2 raids tonight. That's awesome. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Oh my
Hey.
goodness.
Hey!
You just got to the end of the session. That's awesome. Thank you. Woo! Okay, so Suni is the only person that succeeds.
Oof.
Screw y'all.
So oh my god.
Just say the
Suni-
number.
Suni will take 18 points of cold damage.
Mm.
Ajax and Cecily will take 36 points of cold damage. Bianca, you will take 72 points of cold damage.
I'm down.
Alright. How many did you say for me? So that'd be 36? you said?
36, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. 36, which I will have to 18. With my thingo. Okay. That's not a great number for me, but I'm
Keo would need a dexterity saving throw also. She was
Oh,
within 60
shit.
feet.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Is she not down?
It's also not.
It's a 60-foot radius. Carousel, you would also need to make the dex saving throw.
Oh shit, really? Oh fuck me.
Oh,
Okay.
Guys,
no.
please.
I felt like I was far enough away.
Yeah, I felt like I was far enough away. That's a good
I
metric.
was manifesting safety. It didn't work.
Hey, 19's
19,
not
36 points of cold damage, Carousel.
Here is coming through.
Oh.
Is it coming through? Because I feel like my dice are not actually rolling. Like,
That's
it's
weird.
not
I
saying
saw the number, but it didn't.
I saw 5.
Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah.
What's her modifier?
Dex, I don't think.
She has nothing for Dex.
So that's also a failure. So Keo will
Oh,
also take
shit.
36 points of cold damage.
Sorry,
Okay,
did I
so
fail or
you-
not? Probably. I'm probably still down because I've only got 15 HP left.
Yeah.
Because it's 19 base. Yeah, I'm also down.
Alright. Carasilla and Bianca are both unconscious. Kyo's probably up.
She has, I think, 50,
Yeah.
51, so she's probably fine.
Yep.
Cool. And then the 3 of us in the center here are good too. I mean, standing.
Okay.
Good as
So with that, as Ivana disappears, and I cannot stress this enough.
Don't tell us how much HP she had left. Please.
No, I need to know.
I don't know if I want.
I don't want to know.
I don't-
Message Gemma.
I don't think it'll make you feel better. Gemma, I'll let you be the deciding factor. Well, here, I'll message it to you.
Is it
I
double
feel-
digits?
So
Oh,
Oh, God.
with
I hate myself.
that, as all of you sit there, you can see Bigby's hand bringing Bianca down as she is unconscious. All of you have to remove some of the bits of ice and shrapnel that have landed in your bodies. You look around and you hope that some of your soldiers, at least, survived. Eventually, you begin to hear the echoing of armor and weapons, rushing and running. They're over here! I can hear them! I heard the explosion! Over here! Over here! And eventually, piling through the different broken staircases and doorways, you can see your soldiers begin to appear. They are injured. They're hurt. Lacerations cut. You feel this coldness inside. Ivana escaped. You still have to break through the walls, siege the city, and break through the keep. all in the same day. You fought Ivana here, fresh. All of your abilities, all of your resources. You didn't have an army backing you, but for a lot of the soldiers you had, just being in that aura for 12, 18 seconds would have killed them. You wonder what ability she'll have when you go to their lair, but that's not what you need to worry about now. What you need to worry about now is getting your soldiers out of here. And hopefully the casualties aren't too high. You dull out the necessary healing since there's no pressure to resuscitate Carasilla and Bianca. You carry each other out of the keep and reconvene with the other leaders. And with that, as all of you leave the keep of Fort Ivar, you know what lies next. And if this is just the beginning, you hope and pray that you have the stamina and the conviction to last for the war of attrition you're about to go through. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo!
Oh, man.
So
This is
thanks
not
for
a Studio
watching.
Ghibli film.
Thank you so much for all the raids tonight, whether it be Knights of the Silver Moon or Hands Half 11. Thank you very much as well. It's very, very, very kind of you. Very happy to have you here. Sorry you got here right at the end, but thanks for popping by regardless. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for just such a cheery end. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everend, which is another stream that we do. We have the Isles of Iverion on Saturday as we begin to get started into the Festival of the Green Lady, which will be all the Arthurian myth and legend and Triwizard Tournament. That's kind of what I'm using as the inspiration for those sessions. And there's no buried time this Sunday, right? Or is there?
No.
No.
Still
Okay.
off.
Okay. Or next Tuesday for the Salamander Coast. So thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next time, and we'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Bye.
But now.
Bye.